Good morning. Morning. Just wait for this YouTube to fire up. God bless and watch over, protect the 23 the families today. Cindy. Good morning. Good morning. NS44, Brickleberry, Lynn, JJ, DVD No, Nikki Lewis, Nosy Scotian, NS Citizen, Jamie, good morning. If he can take you to it, he will see you through it. Brother Paul, Crystal Edwards, good morning, good morning. Truth for the 23, hashtag, or is that hashtag 23? Beautiful. Uncle Blazer, good morning. Molly Denver, long time no see. Trish Lund, good morning, good morning. Todd Flanders. Nan, good morning. Truth and All. Sandy. Mark. Okay. Holly, good morning, Holly. All family stand strong. Strawberry Munchkin. Pickleberry MH. Hope I'm getting everyone here. Kelly. Andrew Gillis. Okay. I think I've got most everybody. Please share far and wide. A lot of family down there today. Tara's down there. This is the first time she's made an appearance down there. And we need your well wishes, thoughts, and prayers, and we need as many collective minds as we can get. And I'd like to see, the chat is so important and vital. Aside from porn bots and saboteur, agent provocateurs. But aside from that, Strawberry Moochigan. Is that better? Sorry, my mispronunciation. Chris Lee, good morning. God bless the 23. Muchkin. Okay, Muchkin. There we go. Jane Brandt, good morning. Good morning, Seawood. Alley Cat. Good morning, Alley Cat. Whoosh Baby. I hate if I miss anybody. That's not good. Be strong, all of you, too. This is important. Not sure what to expect today, but news report is full capacity. Strong the 23. Strong the 23, the families of the 23. This is a collective thing. But I know many of you are here for, we're all here for each other, and that's important. The chat is so important, and there are a lot of new eyes. Lily Bomb, Blue Nose, Jeannie, Wacko, Jacko. And all have to be strong. All have to be strong. All of us. But, I don't think we can expect anything big today, but that's okay. That's because then other people can see what the 23 have been going through, right? I don't know if you guys have read any of the new documents. Quite enlightening. Nancy, good morning. A lot of family in here today, which is nice to see. And those who are watching quietly in the background, we're all thinking of you. And we're standing with you. Hope today is a good day. It's a good day because we are all here. Calmer heads will prevail. That's right. Cool heads. Cool heads. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, and they're going to try just as they have been trying. You know, just calm, pray for calmness, and you know, a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions to answer. One day, we're getting there. And thank you for taking the time out. I know how many of you have been working so very hard at this one. Thinking of all the family members. What the heck? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Invasion 1. I've had some good chats with some family. Darcy, good morning, good morning. Darcy. Chat is kind of going by a little bit speedier than usual. Julia, our timekeeper, Julia. Trishlon. I hope I've got everybody. Probably have said a few people twice here. Chiang, Freckles. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for sharing. Yes, thank you very much for sharing. Speed Demon, good morning. Is it possible this was about sharing spouses? Reading the book and information being shared. Something is very strange. Yes, something is very, very strange. I don't think that's, but let's keep some of this discussion. I hope there won't be too many agent provocateurs in here, but I know that you guys will quell that with love too. If we do happen to have any of that nonsense in here. Sending love. 23. God bless us all. Very tight security. So they're going to want to play up the... They're going to try and shut it down. I know. Dry up those documents. I don't know how many of you are in there, but please send our love around the room. And these are the kinds of things, you know, the questions I will try to bring them up because they're not going to allow that, right? But we can ask the questions, and there'll be a record of that. Keep it polite, please, as best as you can. Is all I ask. Where did you buy his spandex? Yes, that's right. There will be a record. I hope so too, Tracy. Good morning. But I don't expect that. But that's okay. It's okay because, there's a way that we can continue to ask the questions and hopefully just do our little piece in all this. Tanya Smith, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Welcome. Peter, good morning. Okay, I'm not sure what document. If anybody ever has, I'm on the tweeters. I think there's a little button. For those of you who are joining for the first time, pretty much every single video on this channel is all Nova Scotia for the last, since April 2020. Very long videos, but good morning, Todd. James Blonde, good morning. Support cup of coffee and cigarettes. Sounds about my speed. Been busy with my grandson all these couple of weeks, says Cheryl. Got so much to catch up on. Prayers with the families. God bless the 23. Lucy, good morning. Good morning. Spoke of pictures. There are none. We will have an answer one day. We will. Prayers. Truth. Stay strong, says Jeannie. I don't think, because it's been limited, and that's the corruption that's showing. So I don't think we're at least myself, I'm not expecting much, but sadly, very sadly, but it's okay because there's a lot of eyes, and there's just going to be more. Thank you ever so much, of course, to the Discord for working so hard over these last 2 years. Really couldn't do very much without all of you. Don't expect
Excuse
much
me,
either,
everyone.
which is sad.
The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
She saw something in the store one day, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll buy that when she's not looking. With some kind of frog that said, breathe deeply. I'm not so much into it, but apparently peace is important, obviously. Truth, God willing. Here we go. Morning, countryside. Set your chat box to live chat. I don't understand this live chat, non-chat, or whatever chat. It's a rather odd setting that they have. Nervous watching at home. Yes, I had some phone calls last night and sent some texts and this morning. Nova Scotia and Canada is well represented. Got to catch up with a couple of people I hadn't talked to in a long time. So that was nice. Mr. Beaton has a pointing t-shirt on at the MCC. Breathe in and out. Good morning, Canada girl. Welcome, welcome. Again, please share around. All right, so we're 6 minutes in, if I'm right. I'm hoping I won't have any technical errors today. We're praying for that one too.
Good morning. Okay. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Oh, no.
The territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. This week, we have learned more about the violence within the perpetrator's family of origin, the perpetrator's violence towards others, and his violence towards his common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield. We also heard from expert witnesses and roundtable members who explained the connections between mass shooting events and masculinity, as well as the links between gender-based violence and mass casualty attacks. And an expert and community-based researcher in the areas of family violence and gender-based violence in the context of rural communities in Atlantic Canada. This week, we also heard from witness Brenda Forbes, a former neighbor of the perpetrator, who provided information about her knowledge and experience of the perpetrator's violent behavior. All this information helps us to focus on possible pathways for prevention, intervention, and lessons to be learned as we work to make recommendations to help make our communities safer in the future. While we have already learned much about Ms. Banfield's experiences this past week, today we will hear from her directly as both a factual witness to the events and as one of the most affected. Ms. Banfield provided a great deal of initial information to police investigators and has participated in 5 lengthy subsequent interviews with the Commission. She has provided details on a wide variety of subjects, including the violence, coercion, and control she experienced over the course of her lengthy relationship with the perpetrator, as well as her experience of assault by and escape from the perpetrator at the onset of the mass casualty on April 18th, 2020. You will recall that Commission Counsel related much of this information on Wednesday this week when presenting the foundational document focused on the perpetrator's violence towards his common law spouse. That document and related source material is available on our website. We are all interested in the important information Ms. Banfield has to provide, and we know this is a difficult day for many. We do anticipate, as a result, that there will be a few extra breaks in proceedings today. Our goal, as with previous witnesses, is to build upon what we have learned from Ms. Banfield and others to date, to add to our understanding, to seek answers and fill gaps. We know that there are some people in the room who have not joined us in person before, and we thank you for being here today. There are Commission staff around the venue if you have any questions, and we appreciate everyone's cooperation and attention to ensure that our proceedings today, like every other day, are productive and respectful and compassionate so that we can continue our collective work together. As a reminder, for those of you who are watching online, there are mental health and wellness resources available. Also, at the proceeding venue, if you or someone around you needs some extra support, we have staff present and available and a well-being room set aside for those who might need some extra time. This morning, Commission Counsel will question Ms. Banfield. In serving the public interest, our Commission Counsel are instructed to engage in an objective and tenacious pursuit of the truth. As we have stated many times, a public inquiry is inquisitorial and not adversarial. Therefore, Commission Counsel are not opposing counsel to participant counsel. They must be impartial and thorough in exploring all significant evidence relevant to the issues to be explored during the inquiry. Their role is to represent the public interest and to support the Commission's forward-looking mandate. The questions that Commission Counsel will ask Ms. Banfield will include questions put forward by the participants through their counsel. Participants will also have 2 additional opportunities during the course of the day to bring forward more questions. We would like to note that our mandate, specifically Section G2, requires the Commissioners to perform our duties in such a way as to ensure that the conduct of the joint public inquiry does not jeopardize any ongoing criminal investigation or proceeding or any other investigation. As Ms. Banfield's criminal court matters are yet to be concluded, we cannot pose questions about the purchase or transfer of ammunition that remains the subject of criminal charges. I will now ask Commission Counsel Gillian Natu to begin. Gillian.
Good morning, Commissioners. As Commissioner Fitch noted in her opening remarks this morning, today we are hearing from Lisa Banfield. Ms. Banfield has already sat through 5 lengthy interviews with myself, my colleague on the senior counsel team, Emily Hill, and the Commission's lead investigator, Elizabeth Montgomery. In addition, she has provided a subsequent written statement, as well as numerous photographs that were not previously available to the Commission. Most notably among these, she provided the Commission with photos of the interior and exterior of the perpetrator's replica police vehicle. Although Ms. Banfield had made those photos available to the RCMP immediately following the mass casualty in the spring of 2020, the images were not selected or retained by the RCMP, and thus only made their way to the Commission as part of the materials provided by Ms. Banfield. In addition to the assistance she has provided directly to the Commission, Ms. Banfield voluntarily participated in 4 interviews with the RCMP, as well as an interview with the RCMP's forensic psychologist. And as we saw earlier this week, participated in a lengthy reenactment video created by the RCMP in Portapique in October of 2020. All of these materials are now in the public record, and they form an important part of the Commission's investigation to date. Ms. Banfield's appearance today is to supplement that wealth of information and material. As Commissioner Fitch noted, participants were invited to submit any follow-up questions they may have for Ms. Banfield after they had now had considerable time to review the wealth of materials and information she provided to the Commission. They will again be afforded those opportunities during 2 caucus sessions today. At that, I would ask to call the witness, Lisa Banfield. Madam Registrar, could you swear the witness, please?
Ms. Banfield, just place your right hand on the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Banfield.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
I know you are here with your 2 sisters, Janice and Maureen, and that the 3 of you are among a sibling set of 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were born here, or not born here, you're born here in Nova Scotia, born in specifically in Lower Sackville. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you have lived and worked in Nova Scotia your entire life.
Correct.
In 2001, when you were 31, I understand you met the perpetrator at a bar in Halifax.
Yes.
And it's been described by a number of people as something of a whirlwind romance. Could you describe that a bit for us today?
I met him at the bar. He seen me across the room. I was with my sister and we were getting ready to leave and he approached me. And after that, he called me that night and it just continued.
And I understand that you had something of a memorable first date that involved a fender bender.
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
He came to my house and picked me up with 2 dozen set of red roses. And I thought that was over the top. I don't like that. And we got in the car and he was driving to Halifax to a restaurant. And when we were at an intersection on, I believe, Spring Garden, there was a young girl that rear-ended us. And I thought this is a good time to see what his demeanor, what kind of character he is. And he got out and he approached the 2 young girls in the vehicle and he was smiling. He said, "It's okay." He was very calm. And I thought, oh, he's a good guy.
And after that, I understand the relationship progressed at quite a quick pace, and that within just a matter of months, you had moved in with him. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where had you been living up until that time?
My sister Maureen.
Okay. I understand that you had been fairly recently divorced and were living in your sister's home.
Yes.
Okay. And so when a man that you've been dating for 3 months invites you to move in with him, tell me your thought process on accepting that invitation.
He was just so sweet and he just seemed like the perfect guy.
And you moved into a property he already owned in Dartmouth, is that correct?
Yes.
And I understand the 2 of you lived in an apartment on the 2nd floor of that home?
It wasn't an apartment. It was just the top level of the home.
Right, so you lived on the top level.
Yes.
And what was the bottom level you floor?
It was our clinic, the denture clinic.
the perpetrator operated his denture clinic from the bottom floor.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into the details today because you've talked about this at length in our interviews, but I understand that you eventually came to work for the perpetrator at that denture clinic. Is that correct?
Yes.
What kind of duties and responsibilities did you perform there?
Pretty much everything except inserting dentures in the patient's mouth.
I understand there was lab facilities in the basement of the property. Is that correct?
Yes. So he would take the impressions and set it in wax, and then I would run with it, do it, make the dentures, trim and polish, and then I'd give it to him so he could insert into the patient's mouth.
And so in actual fact, you did a lot of the lab work for his denturist clinic. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I understand as a result of those contributions, you were able to turn the dentures very quickly.
Yes.
And did that help to attract business?
A lot of business, because if somebody came in the morning, I could have it ready by the end of the day, and there was nobody in our field that would do that.
Right. And so by comparison, typically how long would somebody have to wait in order to have a set of dentures made and ready to be inserted?
We would have patients that would tell us it would take weeks to months.
And by comparison, you were able to do it sort of by the end of the day.
Correct.
And that was the work that you were doing in complement to the perpetrator.
Yes.
Okay. So in the fall of 2003, I understand the perpetrator purchased a cottage property in the community of Portapique.
Yes.
Okay. How did you discover the property in the community?
He wanted to get a cottage towards Parsborough Way, so we drove out that way, but I said it was just too far. When you want to leave work, it's just too far of a drive to go to for a couple days. So as we were coming back, I had noticed that there was a for sale sign on this particular road, Portapique Beach Road. So we went in and I seen a cottage and we both liked it, and we went right to Truro with, there was a realty sign there, and we just went and talked to somebody right away.
Okay. We're going to look at a couple photos of the cottage. There's been a lot of talk of the commission has certainly heard about this property many times, but you've provided us with some photographs. So Madam Registrar, can I ask you to bring up column 56410?
And that'll be marked 3524 exhibit.
Thank you. Ms. Banfield, could you describe for us what we're looking at on the screen?
That's the back of our cottage.
It's the back, and I understand that that faced onto the Portapique River?
Correct, yeah.
And so if I was to stand at the door, we see in the middle of this photograph and look outwards, what would I see?
You would see the dock that we put on and the water.
And there's a bank of windows towards the left side of the photo. What room is that in the cottage?
What window, sorry?
There's a long bank of windows
Okay.
along the back of the cottage there.
Mhm, mhm.
What room is that? What's on the other side of those windows?
The bedroom and the dining room. So the whole back side on that long side, was the cottage, was the dining room and the main master bedroom.
And when you say it was the main master bedroom, was that a bedroom you shared with the perpetrator?
I did in the beginning, but then no, that was his bedroom.
It was his bedroom.
Yeah.
I understand that you kept separate bedrooms for the most part. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And why was that?
Because he snored and he said I moved around too much in the bed.
So the perpetrator had a bedroom at the back of the cottage there.
Yeah.
And as we look at this photograph today, is this what it looked like when you purchased the cottage in 2003?
No.
Can you describe some of the work that you did?
The whole back sunroom wasn't, or the sunroom wasn't on there. The windows on the opposite side weren't there. The pergola wasn't there. The raised roof with all the stone wasn't there. The pillars weren't there. The flagstone, it looked like a little backyard with just dirt and shrubs.
And so who did all this work to the cottage?
Gabriel. And then he had some people doing odd jobs.
So the perpetrator sort of did a lot of the work,
Yeah.
a lot of the work himself, or hired people to assist him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple years later, I understand that you purchased an additional property in the Portapique area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about how and why it is that you came to purchase additional property in the area?
He moved his uncle Glenn down on the back road on Orchard Beach Road. He found a house and moved Glenn down from Edmonton, his uncle, and he wanted a piece of property across from him. So he just purchased the land across from him and then built the warehouse.
Okay, so he purchased an empty lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
It had like a little baby barn on it when he purchased it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
He had a little, baby barn on it when he purchased it.
A baby barn.
Yeah, like a little shed in it.
Okay. And as you say, at some point he came to build what was referred to as the warehouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, I want to pull up some photographs because I think that when I heard the term the warehouse over and over again, I had a certain picture in my mind's eye, and it did not completely fit with the photos you provided to us. So Madam Registrar, could we start with COM 56418?
And that's Exhibit 3525.
Thank you. So this is the warehouse, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just briefly describe what we're seeing here? It looks like there's three parts, an extension on the left-hand side, a door in the middle, and a porch to the right.
It's just a little open cavity, so if it rains, you're in there before you open up the door so you don't get wet.
Okay.
There's really nothing in there. Sometimes he put Adirondack chairs in there with a barrel. And then you would go through the man door into the open cavity, and the apartment was above. And then as you go through it, he put a Montana's bar in it, and then there was back rooms and a loft on the very end.
Okay, in a moment, we're gonna look at some photos of the interior, but that's helpful. So I just wanted to start by saying that the door in the middle, am I correct that there was a garage door that came down to close that off?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you call the man door?
No, sorry, that was the garage door, but the man door was the yellow door in that little room.
Okay, and so what you are referring to as the man door is inside the covered porch.
Correct.
Can't see it very well in this
Yeah.
picture, is that correct?
Yes.
In a couple of your interviews with us, you referred to something called the woman cave, I think was the term. I know, I just want to, so that we all understand what that means. You're referring to that little covered porch area, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And why would you call it the woman cave?
I would just call that because it was very cute and quaint, and you could just sit and have a drink if it was raining out, but you still see everything.
Okay. And so the part that we're not seeing, if I was standing and taking this photograph, what was in front of the warehouse?
It was just gravel and then woods and open field.
And did the perpetrator park vehicles?
Yes.
And we've learned in the course of our investigation that, of course, he owned a number of vehicles, certainly at the time of the mass casualty.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Registrar, perhaps we could pull up COM 56417.
And that's Exhibit 3526.
Thank you very much. So I think this is a clear, perhaps I should have you identify what we're looking at first.
That is that little woman cave thing that I said, the little opening going into the main garage.
Right. And so this is the left-hand side of the larger photograph we just looked at.
Yes,
Okay. And so you would go in through an exterior door on the left of this photograph.
as soon as you go in on the right side, it would be a sliding door before you actually get into that little room. And then he had that other sliding door over the man door.
Okay.
So you'd have to slide that and then open the man door to get in.
So if I am looking in this photograph, there's a door in the middle that has an X.
Yes.
A wooden X.
Yeah.
And am I correct in understanding that that would slide over the yellow door?
Correct.
And so when you were exiting the warehouse and securing it because your departure, am I correct in thinking that there are at least 3 doors that would need to be locked?
Yes.
Okay. And so jumping ahead just for a moment, Ms. Banfield, on the night of April 18th, 2020, when the perpetrator brought you back to the warehouse, were all of these doors locked and secured?
Yes.
And so when he brought you back into the warehouse that evening, did he have to go through the exercise of unlocking all of them?
Yes.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, even though he had just been at the warehouse, 30 minutes prior, he went to the trouble of securing that
Because
property.
every time he left the warehouse at the end of the night, he would lock it all up.
Okay. So you were describing the interior earlier. So let's have a look. Madam Registrar, could I have COM 56419?
And that's Exhibit 3527.
So Ms. Banfield, please describe what we're looking at here.
That's the far end of the warehouse at the very back, and that's a loft. So to the left of those 2 sliding doors is another cavity into a bedroom with a sliding door. And then on that opposite side, is steps going upstairs onto the loft where you see bikes up there.
Okay, so there was a bedroom on the main floor.
Yes, he was making it into a bedroom.
It was intended to be a bedroom. And in addition, there's a loft above what we can see.
Yes.
Okay, and what was up in that loft? I think
We
it's
had-
some motorbikes.
We had a bed up there, a nightstand, and then a bunch of bikes, because if we had a party and we had family to stay over, we had an extra room kind of thing.
Okay. And so you used this space for guests when they
Yeah.
would come and stay with you in Portapique? Okay. And I also see a motorcycle in this photo.
There was a bunch of motorcycles up there. Yeah.
And did those belong to the perpetrator?
Yes.
Moving on to COM 56421. Madam Registrar?
And that's Exhibit 3528.
Thank you. Ms. Banfield, what are we looking at here? Actually, just a moment. Madam Registrar, are you able to make that a bit smaller so that we can see the entire image? Thank you. Ms. Banfield, please describe what we see in this photograph.
You see the light on the floor? That's the man door going into the warehouse. And then that big 3-panel thing, it was, he put like thermal panel over the garage door to keep the heat in at the winter time. So he built those to cover the big door. That was his workbench kind of thing in that corner. And bikes that he had, more bikes that he had all around on the walls of the warehouse. And then that is the Montana's bar.
So in the foreground, that, it looks like a bar.
Yeah.
It was in fact a bar inside the warehouse, just to be clear.
Yeah, it was the It was from Montana's bar.
Okay. And just a moment. My comm number wrong. Madam Register, can I have comm 56420, please?
That's 3529.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Banfield, can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
Obviously, the police car, the fireplace and the chairs around it, and the steps going up into the loft area. The two barn doors that are in front of it would open up to a cavity with storage, and there was a toilet in there. And then the steps going on this side was going up into the apartment.
Okay, so I think we're able to see a number of things in this photograph. I just want to make sure that I'm visualizing it correctly in my own mind.
Sure.
So there's two steps, two staircases we see, one in the foreground and one in about the middle of the image. The one in the foreground that sort of goes out of the photograph, that goes up to what you referred to as the apartment. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly was the apartment?
It was just an apartment he built up there. So if we had guests, it was an extra room, basically.
And so was it a self-contained unit? Did it have a kitchen?
It had a kitchenette, bathroom. It was an open cavity with the bed, coach, tables, everything.
Okay. And you just used it to host guests? Did you sublet that apartment?
No.
No. Okay. And then in the middle of the photograph on the left-hand side, sort of, I guess, behind the staircase is a fireplace. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that wood burning?
No, it was like a propane,
An
decorative. Yeah.
Okay. And then at the back of the photograph is the loft that you described previously to us,
Yes.
where there were bikes and other things.
Yes.
Okay. And so the second bedroom that he was constructing is beyond the replica.
That little opening that you can see, when you see the big doors, that little cavity right there that looks like it's an open cavity. If you went in there, there was another sliding door that went into the bedroom.
Okay. And then I think we can see on the far right-hand side a bar stool. And so I presume that is where, again, the bar would be.
Yes.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that the term warehouse a bit undersells the space in terms of how finished it was?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you use this space for?
We would just hang out there and have drinks and listen to music. And if any of my family came up or anybody, we would go over there and just entertain over there.
Okay. Did you actually store things there? I mean, warehouses are typically where.
Sorry, what did you say?
Did you use it to store anything?
Oh, yeah. He had like those two doors that open up had storage, like shelving that had storage bins on it. And then that side room where you see that little light globe thing above the other door. If you slid that door, that's where he had the like work stuff bench, more shelving with a bunch of stuff in it.
And we saw in one of the photographs his workbench, I think you identified it as. And you told us previously that he had done a lot of construction on the cottage. Did he also do a lot of construction on the warehouse?
Yes.
And so I understand that over time, you developed a trail system between the two properties. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so just so, again, we can all visualize it together, Madam Registrar, I wonder if you could bring up Exhibit 3 and turn to page 36. 36. So Ms. Banfield, these are 3 separate figures from the first foundational document titled Portapique, April 18th and 19th, and they're aerial views of Portapique. And my understanding is that the yellow lines in all 3 of those figures depict a different trail system.
Okay.
Can you confirm that that's correct?
Like, say that again, sorry.
Madam Registrar, would it be possible to zoom in on perhaps one of them at a time? Yeah, so let me take a step back here, Ms. Banfield. The body of water we see on the left-hand side of the photograph, that's the Portapique River, is that correct?
Yeah.
So does that help orient you
Yes.
to the photo?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so the Commission's understanding is that the cottage on 200 Portapique Beach Road is depicted with that black arrow. It could show up better on this image right now, but can you see where that is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then the warehouse at 136 Orchard Beach Drive is at the top of the photograph in the middle. And so the yellow line that runs between those 2 roads, when we hear you talk about going on the path or on the trail between the cottage and the warehouse, is this
That's the path that I would walk back and forth.
And approximately how long would it take you to walk on this path?
Minutes, like not long.
So perhaps we could move on to figure 11. Figures 11 and 12. Let's start here. So Ms. Banfield, this is a second path route that the Commission has come to understand ran through property owned by the perpetrator in Portapique. And again, we see the warehouse at the top of the figure, but it ends further down.
Yes.
293 Portapique Beach Road. Were you familiar with this
Yes.
path?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the purpose of it, given that it doesn't seem to run to the cottage?
When he purchased the land from Rick, sorry, that was 293 Portapique Beach Road. Shortly after he got it, he wanted to build a road from that property to the warehouse because he didn't like Orchard Beach Road because he said it was too bumpy and holy. And he said it was wear and tear on the vehicles and it was hard on the vehicles. So he didn't want to have to use that road. So he wanted to build a road going from that property right to our warehouse so he could drive a vehicle back and forth. Yeah.
So I think that you're referring to the fact that later on he purchased yet another piece of property
Yes.
in Portapique.
Yeah.
Okay. And so was there anything on that property?
There was a little shed that Rick had owned, and I guess Gabriel had told him to take whatever he wanted because he wanted it off the property so he could make it nice. And he waited for him to come and he didn't, so he took it down.
And what was he planning to do with that piece of property?
He had a bunch of different ideas. He wanted to make like one of those senior complexes kind of thing on it because it faced the water. And he said it would be good to have down there to rent out or whatever. But I mean, he changed his mind all the time, so.
And so am I correct in my understanding that there was nothing ever constructed on that lot?
No.
But there was a trail that ran from it to the warehouse,
Yes.
is that correct? And he, as you say, he built it because he didn't want to have to drive on Orchard Beach Drive?
Yes.
So am I fair to assume then that it would be possible to drive a vehicle along this trail?
It would be rough, like maybe a Jeep or the side-by-side we would go through, but as far as a car, it would be rough.
But it would be possible the trail was wide enough.
From the last time I remember it, I'd say probably.
Okay. Madam Registrar, could we look at the third figure here now? So again, Ms. Banfield, this is a third trail that the Commission's investigators identified for us in the area. And it looks like it runs a similar path to the one that we just looked at, but it was separate. No?
I just only know of the one that from Rick's property, which I assume is the 293, going to the warehouse.
Okay. Madam Registrar, is it possible to zoom out now so we can see those side by side? So it looks like the one on the left goes directly to the warehouse property, and that the one on the right cuts in at a different angle as you get up towards the warehouse.
When he had the warehouse property, he had a big open field, and he opened that, like almost flattened it kind of thing. But I don't think there's any road going from Portapique to that.
Okay. So, but do you recall that there were sort of multiple branches to some of these trails that he cut?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think I've understood your evidence to say that it would be possible. It would likely be possible that you could drive a vehicle on these trails, but that wasn't something that he normally did. It was more the side-by-sides.
I've never seen him do it.
Okay.
Like we would go on the side-by-side, but that would be it.
So the trail was cleared, but it wasn't paved, or there was no gravel?
There were stumps and everything still in it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay. So it was just, I mean, it sounds like the word trail is probably the most appropriate word.
Yeah.
Okay. So beyond the properties owned by the perpetrator, is it fair to say that you came to know the geography of Portapique during your time there, the different roads in the community?
Yes and no. Like I knew where I was walking, but I didn't pay attention as to what street or anything like that.
Were you familiar with something that's often referred to as the Blueberry Field Road?
Where I think it is, like I never really walked it.
Madam Registrar, perhaps on this document we could go to start with the figure at the top of page 26. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, Ms. Banfield. So this is again an aerial shot of Portapique that was obtained by the commission. And so we're looking out onto Caucus Bay. Okay. And so am I Portapique Beach Road?
Portapique.
Portapique Beach Road runs along the right-hand side along.
So you're saying the Blueberry Fields is at the end of Portapique going down that side street?
I'm going to get there. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as to our perspective on this photo. First.
Okay.
And also to help everybody, perhaps who hasn't seen this before, understand what we're looking at. So on the right-hand side is Portapique Beach Road.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the road that the cottage was located on, is that
Yes.
correct? And it was on the beach side of the road.
Yes.
Okay. And I think when you were showing us the photos of the cottage earlier, you mentioned that there was a pier sort of beyond. Okay. And so the perpetrator's property had a pier right on the Caucus River.
Yes.
Okay. And then in the middle of the photograph, we see Orchard Beach Drive.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where the warehouse was once located.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the sort of left third of the photograph, there's a beige almost triangle, like a slit there. And I understand that that's a blueberry field. And that there was a road that runs alongside that field.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, were you familiar with that road?
I remember hearing about the blueberry fields and seeing them, but I didn't go down that road very often when I walked. Maybe Gabriel took me there. Sorry, he took me there. But I never ever walked. That was my regular walking path.
Okay, so do I correctly understand that you knew the different roads in the area, mostly through walking?
Yes,
Okay. And so you may have walked along the Blueberry Field Road, but did you ever drive on it? Do you recall ever being in a vehicle on that road?
maybe in the side-by-side.
Do you know if the perpetrator was familiar with that road?
I think so.
Is it fair to say that he knew the roads and the terrains around Portapique better than you did?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if he ever drove any vehicle on that road?
not that I know of.
And did he ever, talk about driving along that road? But again, he knew the terrain in Portapique well. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And so, in all likelihood, he was familiar with this road.
yes,
It's fair to say it's a relatively small community.
yes,
Is it also fair to say that he spent considerably more time there than you did?
yes.
We'll come back to that in a moment. There's just one further question about this area. Did you or the perpetrator have a bicycle, like a manual bicycle?
Gabriel had a manual bicycle, but it was in Dartmouth,
It was in Dartmouth?
at our Dartmouth house.
Did he ever have it down in Portapique?
Not that I've ever seen it, no.
Okay, so it just remained in Dartmouth?
It remained in Dartmouth.
So as you were saying before, how much time did you spend in Portapique over the years?
He would go up normally from Wednesday to Sunday. Sometimes he would come back Monday. If I went up, sometimes I would go up on a Friday and stay the weekend and come back Sunday. Sometimes I would go up on a Wednesday with him. It was just, if I needed a break, I would just stay behind.
And again, I think I asked this a moment ago, but I want to confirm in the context of how much time you spent there. He was sometimes there without you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Would you say frequently? That every week there was a couple days that he was there without you?
Oh yes, yeah. Sometimes weeks without me.
Sometimes weeks without you. And is it fair to say that he had friends and relationships in the
Yes.
area? And were all those friends and relationships? So a difficult question to answer. I realize that it's coming out of my mouth, but were all those friends and relationships known to you?
No,
Were you aware that he had buddies in the neighborhood that?
no,
I understand that the perpetrator never carried his cell phone.
no,
Is that correct?
correct.
Why is that?
He said he didn't want it, he gets bugged at work all the time and he didn't want to have somebody bugging him while he was up there.
And so when he would leave Dartmouth and go down to Portapique, how would you communicate with him?
I would email him.
Only email.
Yeah,
Was there a landline at the cottage or the warehouse?
no, he didn't want a landline.
And so if he was in Portapique and you were in Dartmouth, your only means of communication was email.
It was email, but if I needed him for something, I would call Jill Sutherland, the neighbor, the older neighbor up the street to ask her to walk down because I needed him.
Okay, so if you really needed him urgently, he wasn't answering your email, you would call Jill Sutherland.
Or a few other people that I knew and I had their cell numbers. I would call them to say, are you with him? Can you ask him to give me a call?
Right, and so you would use neighbors to walk down the road and
Yeah.
get in contact with.
Yeah.
Okay. We saw a photo of the replica police car a few minutes ago, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that further. Ms. Banfield, I understand that we're having some challenges with the audio of your microphone.
Okay.
So this might be an appropriate time to take a short break in any event before we start on this new topic. So you're welcome to step down, commissioners. Would that be appropriate?
Yes, thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Our lies are bullshit. I don't know. Maybe you read the tweet. I bet you other people were tweeting too. Fix the damn mic. It is a convenient excuse to take a break. What was with the sorry at the beginning there where she apologized to her sister? I didn't quite get that one. She had in her contacts list Gabe's cell phone. I showed that a long time ago. So what are you talking about? And the number is a cell phone. Tell us. Traced it. No way to contact other than email. He controlled her every move. This is a comedy show. Thank you all for keeping things, as polite as possible. And, I've only seen a little bit of something off there, a bit more in the physically not so nice category. So I know it's hard, but just keep it that way. Don't give them the excuses. They want them. So she has property. They, of course, they have all the property. They own everything together. They have joint bank accounts. Well, that's not true. She has a ton of bank accounts on her own. Joint credit cards. Cars are listed in their names. I believe even purchased in their names collectively. So she goes down there once in a while, but has these hour-long walks, the daily hour-long walks, yet doesn't know the area at all. And that was fairly well demonstrated during her show, whatever that was. Something smells very bad. Dog poo somewhere. Okay. Yeah, something going on here. Most certainly. Ask the Banfield's Wortman had any relationship with any institution, RCMP or something up higher, and in this country or elsewhere. There's something shady going on. Remember, Chris Leather, Fast and Furious, in his notes, Fast and Furious only refers to one thing: gun smuggling. Not gun smuggling, gun inside government shit, selling out the back door. But he's controlling no contact except by email or Jill, the elderly lady up the street, who of course is just going to walk down. Come on, it's in her cell phone. Blueberry Fields forever. Well, I got to sell the Blueberry Field. Why? Blueberry Field's so important because if people realize that, well, there is only one way out, then they will ask for the webcam video, which means that will open up all of the webcam video with audio, which will match, of course, all of the audio logs and all of the GPS logs, right? Fits like a glove. It's not going to, and you will see, I suspect, at least one RCMP vehicle rolling out, one of this cruise rolling out the front entrance right by the RCMP. That's why they don't want anybody going near the Blueberry Field stuff. Dash cam, dash cam, dash cam. My heart's breaking for the families having to watch this. Absolutely. Thank you for joining. Hello, Dawn, Lucy. Yes. It's like Emily's phone. Emily's phone is a gong show. There were calls being made on that night and morning in her logs and Lisa's logs. I can't quite decipher them properly, but that appears to be what's going on. So if you have a cell phone, right? And I remember asking Leon, and in that interview, he said, well, I don't know whose cell phone was used, because that was one of the questions. I had to pre-submit my questions, which I always found interesting, to say the least. How long is it going to take to... Okay, yeah, I'm sure Julia's on the timer. Didn't walk the Blueberry Field, yet it wasn't her normal route. Okay, so the bicycle, I'm glad the bicycle got brought in, because Thibault, who has Pinio, family lawyer, who wasn't there, Thibault, who wasn't there, but needs a lawyer whose statement is really screwy, I'll tell you, mentions the bicycle. Forgets the chain on Blueberry Field Road. Blueberry Field Road, which was built because Orchard Beach Villa, for some reason, didn't want to give access to somebody who lived up the road. So he built his own road. He's like, well, F you. Why do you not want people driving down your road to go to his own field? Back then, he owned that before, I believe it was sold to Pugsley's then. Pugsley, Fisher Pugsley's. Wearing 23. Glad you're wearing to 23. There'll be no money comments coming from anywhere. We'll just nip that one in the bud if that was going to come around. So happy to, yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. The phone was being used at the time GW was supposed to be leaving through the Blueberry Field Road. The 10:30 witness. Remember the 10:30 witness? The 10:30 witness? Oh, he got out by 10:30. There was a witness. Oh, well, that seems to disappear. Of course, because call them on their bullshit. Well, then it's 10:45. November. What happened to the first witness? Phone was being used many times. Mostly all outgoing calls. It was, yeah, her logs are busy. How are you being controlled by someone that you didn't see for weeks at a time? You had tons of money of your own vehicle. This obviously is not true. And Brenda, absolutely, and the more I'm reading over the last couple of days, there's more. There's more than just Brenda and the whole Glenn and Ellison stuff. That's gone, but there's a lot more in those statements. Whose microphone creating static? Gosh knows. Didn't they look at who they stepped in dog shit? Just convince me she wasn't more familiar with the Blueberry Field. The Blueberry Field is a red herring to get people to avoid looking at the dash cams. Trust me, they're pissed. And irrespective of that, right? Why aren't people absolutely just up in arms? Dash cam video. Oh no, it doesn't exist, Seamus. Bullshit. And see, it got thrown in there. Dead. Watching. Feeding some things over, hopefully that way. And they asked, and Bent admitted, yep, they have dash cam video. Boom. So that poo-pooed that argument. So where's the audio video, which then, of course, is going to match all of the transcripts. You're going to hear all of the channels, and it's going to match, right? Because all of those cars are going to be where they say that they are at that same time. Or are they? Ten-minute break right now. Security cams, dash cams. Yeah, the security cams too. TMR2, GPS, which does exist, despite them saying, well, we just didn't enable it. Bullshit. Operates on the cell phone network. All cell phones, personal and company, celebrate them all. All information, all texts, all voice call records. Going to match everything that they say. Well, I took a phone call so-and-so time. Right? Look at those affidavits, conflicting statements, which are just worthless compared to an affidavit, threat of jail time. Hello, green bastard. No, not going to get over the microphone. It's annoying and it's hard to, it makes it distracting. It's a distraction technique. I don't think it's intentional, but it's just distracting. Get rid of it. Fix it. You think they'd have this shit lined up. They don't care. Leaf over there, run by all the feminist organizations. Again, I'm not coming down on that, but Leaf is highly involved in all this. Corrupt. Stanton. And then being, who's asking the questions? Leaf lawyer. Come on. Who's supposedly government? Our lawyer is Leaf. Come on, man. Corruption all over the place. It's mind-blowing to me. They're just not going to ask her straight out if she thought a normal for Gabe to be smuggling guns, outfitting fully marked police cars. I don't think they firmly established, call me crazy. I don't believe that they firmly established the whole full, just purchasing cars off of Vardy's brother-in-law, Staff Sergeant Vardy, brother-in-law, Max Libator, who has never appeared for cross-examination the next day, even though he was supposed to. Staff Sergeant Vardy, which is the one that was talking to Lisa, right? The cast of characters in this one. I'm not throwing down accusations. I'm just saying the connections. They're all there. Also, message asks if they would move the sisters further apart too. I want to see what they're doing. I want to watch them all. She apologized to one of them at the beginning when she started to answer something. Why? She knew for years this was going on. Everybody seemed to know. It's not like it was a secret. But then she's purchasing ammunition, paying for the ammunition, picking up the ammunition. So who bought the ammunition? She's a suspect until eliminated. She hasn't done that, nor have the RCMP. Why not? Big problem. Silent Walk. Welcome. Mr. Inside help, had inside help, no doubt RCMP are so corrupt, or an institution upstairs, or Fast and Freezies, something outside of this country. Guns, United States, every single warrant, weapons smuggling, including for her and her brother and her brother-in-law, right? Every caution is weapons. What's going down with Trudeau and Blair? Lying, Lucky, weapons. Compassionate Borg is still a Borg. Every question asked. So thank you for continually asking imperative questions. They're not going to do it, which is why this is a great place to do that. And you guys have all worked so hard and have such great questions. Sorry for the S comment. I think I missed that. Guess all women in Nova Scotia can do any crime and just cry abuse after this. It's setting an extremely bad precedent. They should investigate and take claims very seriously, like Susie Bootlin up there in Bible Hill. You didn't do shit about that and she died. Murdered by her neighbor. Disgusting, RCMP. And yet you supposedly then have a complete 180. And even though she's getting picked up, and they suspect, at that time, she's a suspect, Brown and Melanson, who happen to be at every scene, just suddenly, they're the ones that appear to eliminate her. Interesting. How did
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
She's a cold fish. Absolutely. She is. Where's the emotion? She's walking around houses in her reenactment stuff. She was more upset about her house burning. Oh, my stuff. Did she ask to get on the property? Why would she want to do that? Were things buried? I thought Maureen was the one with dark hair, but apparently somebody said no. I don't know, maybe somebody else can. Is there a consensus? The blonde hair lady is Maureen? Nikki says blonde hair. Okay. Was she even beaten? Where's the photos? So they just lose the photos. Of course. They lose everything. No audio. Once again, last night, one of the statements I was reading will stop the video. Video! Of course they have video of a lot of these interviews, and they all have audio. Subpoena all the Gmail accounts of these people, too. Because Addie McCallum's using Gmail to send himself things that night. Pictures? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. One of them seems to originate out of Ontario. Who else is using, Bev, it's a gift. It's a gift. There'll be no, you can buy me lunch some other day. Just a donation. Okay.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Please keep up the great questions and stay strong, polite, and calm. God bless the 23.
Thank you. Ms. Natiu?
Thank you, commissioners. If I could have the witness back.
Re-swear them in. Re-swear them in.
Perhaps as Banfield, we could just start by testing your microphone to make sure that we've adequately addressed the audio issue.
Okay.
It means I have to get you to say something.
New oath. You got to give
We're
it.
going to move on to, so perhaps I'll just say it this way. I'll resume my questions. We may get interrupted quickly again, just so that if for some reason we haven't fixed the audio issue, although I think we're confident we have.
Okay.
Okay. So when we broke, we were going to start talking about the replica police cruiser, and that we already saw a photo of today. And from the records acquired by the Mass Casualty Commission, we do have the purchase dates, but I'm wondering if you can tell us your recollection of when and why he began to purchase these vehicles.
He collected stuff throughout our whole relationship. He had a lot of vehicles besides purchasing these vehicles. He just liked them. He said they were reliable vehicles and it would be something we could drive back and forth, so we're not putting wear and tear on our own vehicles.
And just to be clear, how many of these vehicles did he purchase?
4.
And we're going to look at photos in a minute. Actually, maybe we can just jump ahead to that photo. Madam Registrar, can I have COM 55702? This is is this being marked as an exhibit?
That's already marked as Exhibit 1082.
Perfect, thank you. This is another of the photographs that you provided to the commission. Is that correct, Ms. Banfield?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for us what we're seeing?
His truck and 3 of the decommissioned police cars.
So you say 3 of, I understand
4.
there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. And the one in the foreground is, seems to be fully marked at this point in time.
Yes.
Where was this photograph taken?
At the warehouse property.
So out front of the warehouse?
Yes.
And do you recall when?
It would be on my phone when I took the picture.
Okay.
Not sure.
Okay. And we've heard from a couple of different witnesses that in addition to the fully marked replica police car, another one of the 4 white Ford Tauruses also had some markings. Is that correct?
He had 2 that had the stripe things on the bumper, and the other 2 were just totally plain.
And so when you say the stripings on the bumper, do you mean the back bumper?
Yes.
And just to be clear, is the diagonal stripings on the
Yes.
back?
Yes.
The reflective vinyl?
Yes.
Okay. So the one we're looking at now, the replica police cruiser, when he purchased it, was that vinyl on that car?
I'm not sure if that was the one, but there was 2 out of the 4 that had that stripe.
Okay. So there were 2 with that reflective vinyl on the rear bumper.
Yes.
Okay. So backing up for a moment, do you recall when he started to build the mock cruiser, the replica cruiser?
Shortly after he got that one, that was the newest one. It looked like a brand new car, except the front bumper was like torn off, so it must have gotten an accident. And the car that's in the very back, that was used as parts. So I think he took the bumper off that one to put on the newer model one.
Okay, so that's a helpful prompt, actually. So there were 4 cars. Could you explain what you did with each one of those 4 cars?
I had one, sorry. He had one was for parts, and then one he was making into a police car.
And so the other car with the blue vinyl markings on the back, who drove that car?
Sometimes I would, sometimes he would.
And so of the two that you drove regularly, did you know?
The
did
two
you-
that we drove regularly, one had stripes, one didn't.
And how did you decide as between yourselves who drove which car?
He would just take whatever vehicle and whatever was left, that's what I would take.
What did you, again, understand about, so you told us that this was the fourth Taurus that he purchased, and that he used one of the other ones for parts to just repair the vehicle by the sounds of it. I'm more interested in the markings and the other trappings of the police car. Now, what do you recall about him starting to construct it?
Sorry, say that again.
Tell us what you remember about him building the replica police car.
He said he wanted to build a police car just for show, for when we would have parties. It looked good in the garage. And then at one point he said that he was going to put fallen RCMP names on the hood. Yeah.
And did he construct it all at once?
No, I mean, first he was working on the front bumper kind of thing. And then he would, like, each time that I wouldn't go up to the cottage or the warehouse, the next time I came up, there was more stuff on the vehicle.
And do you know where or how he acquired the materials that he used to construct the Mark police cruiser?
Some of the stickers, he told me he got from Crown Assets, and then he got other ones off the internet.
And I understand he was friendly with somebody at Crown Assets.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that individual's name?
Max.
Do you recall his last name?
I can't remember his last name. Lepertor or something, I don't know.
Okay. And so you said a moment ago that he got some of the exterior decals from somebody at Crown Assets. So I just want to confirm that that would be Max that you were referring
That's what
to?
he told me.
That was my next question. So where does that information come from?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
So the perpetrator told you that he acquired some of the exterior decals from Max Libertor at Crown Assets.
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand whether he ever bartered? I mean, generally speaking, did the perpetrator ever barter services for goods?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not he ever bartered services for goods with Max Libertor?
I'm not sure.
So before I move on to the photos of the interior, Madam Registrar, perhaps we could bring up COM 55698. I believe that's previously exhibited, so I apologize. I don't have the exhibit number.
And that hasn't been exhibited, so it's 3530.
I'll get it straight eventually. So, Ms. Banfield, can you describe this photograph to us?
That is the police car that he had put the stickers on. The newer one.
Okay, and do you recall when this photograph was taken?
Pardon?
Do you recall when this photograph was taken?
Again, it would be on my phone. I'm not sure the date.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not it was taken on the same day as the photograph we just looked at?
Probably, because I snapped a bunch of pictures that day, so probably.
Okay. And again, where is this taken?
Outside of the warehouse.
Then, Madam Registrar, if we can have COM 55699.
and that was previously marked 1098.
Thank you.
Ha ha ha. Where's the oath? She's not under oath right now.
And Ms. Banfield, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
Again, the same police car outside of the warehouse.
Okay, I just wanted to particularly ask you about the front bumper. I think it's called a push bar. Do you know if that was on the car when it was purchased from Crown Assets, or whether or not the perpetrator added it after?
He added it after.
Okay, so you're aware that this is something he installed on this vehicle?
What he told me, yes.
And I think you had previously told us that the front end of this vehicle was damaged when it was purchased?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have an independent recollection of whether or not the push bar was on the front?
It wasn't on, no.
Okay, so let's move on to looking at some photos of the interior. And this is COM 55700. I believe it's previously exhibited. So can you tell us what we're looking at?
The inside front seat of the police car.
And I wanted to particularly ask you about, at the top of the photo, Madam Registrar, if you could scroll down just a touch. There's something called watch guard there at the top. And I understand that that is effectively a dash cam, like a camera that would have recorded out the front of the car. Are you aware, first of all, did that camera work? Do you
I have
know?
no idea.
Did he ever talk to you about installing a camera in this car?
No, when I came up, that was in it. So it looked like a real police car inside.
Did you ever see him reviewing, footage or anything like that?
No, no.
You told us previously that he didn't have a cell phone, but that you communicated by email. So is it fair to say that he did have a computer of some sort at the cottage property?
Yes,
Okay. And also access to the internet?
yes.
Okay. Can you be specific in terms of what technology he had at the property? Did he have a laptop, a desktop?
He had a laptop and then just the keyboard that he would use with the TV. So it was connected to the TV, internet, I guess.
Okay. And so just the one computer?
No, there was 2 laptops.
2 laptop computers. Okay. And so you never saw him looking at footage or anything like that on those
No,
computers?
No.
And do you know anything else about the different equipment and gear that we see reflected in this photograph?
That clicker thing, like a CB thing, he would use that as a speaker.
Okay, I apologize, I'm not following what you're pointing to.
You know where the console is?
Mm-hmm.
That little thing, like it looks like a speaker, a CB, whatever. He used that, and it was like a speaker.
So there's a beige handset by the
Yes.
looks of it in the
Yeah.
bottom left-hand corner?
Yes.
And so you say he would use that as a speaker. And what did it attach to? Like, where would the sound come out of?
I have no idea. I just remember him using it one time, and it sounded like it was on a speaker.
So practically speaking, even if you don't know technically where the sound would come out of, could you hear it outside the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, he could be in the car speaking on that into that handset, and the sound would be projected outside the car.
But the thing is, the only time that I ever seen him use it, it was like a square box, and he had it sitting before he put it inside the car. He had it on a stool outside, and he just grabbed it and was just talking.
Okay.
So it wasn't inside the car when he did that with me.
Okay. So when he had the box on the stool outside, do you recall where the sound was coming from? Was it
I just assumed that box thing. I don't know.
Okay. And so you never heard him use that once it was installed in the vehicle?
No.
And so you can't say whether or not it would have projected outside the vehicle?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't, because like I said, I only seen it when it was outside the vehicle.
Okay. And you're sure about that?
Yeah.
So perhaps, Madam Registrar, we can bring up COM 55701.
Families are not being permitted to sit together.
Ms. Banfield, what are we looking at here?
The back seat of the police car.
And there's a divider between the front seat and the back seat. Can you describe that?
It was a plexiglass that slid open to the front seat.
Just a moment. Just a moment. There's a second photograph of this that I think we can see more clearly. I had them mixed up in my notes here. I apologize. While we're looking for that number, the doors on the back of the police car. First of all, did you ever ride in this vehicle?
No.
Did you ever sit in this vehicle?
When it was outside of the warehouse, when he first did it up, he opened up the door and I sat in the back seat, and then he shut the door on me and like, open the door, I want out of here. And then he opened the door and I came out. That was the only time other than that night.
Okay. So to be clear, you said he shut the door and you wanted out of there. How come you couldn't just open the door and get out?
Because I couldn't, because there was plexiglass, there's no door handles or anything.
So the rear doors of these police vehicles, could you open them from the inside?
No.
I mean, was that true of all four of the cars?
I can't remember because I was never in the, I never was in the back, so I never really paid attention to it. I just used the front to drive, so I never noticed.
Okay. Okay, we'll come back to the silent patrolman in a bit if it's okay. I apologize. So Lisa, as we said, these are photos that you provided to the commission in its work. Did you ever supply these photos to the RCMP?
I gave them everything.
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
My phone got destroyed, so it went into the iCloud, whatever. So when I got a new phone, Janice was helping one of the police officers for months to get whatever off my phone that they could use. And then they had everything from my phone.
And so when you say from my phone, are you referring to the handset, to the equipment? Or are you, I mean, I think
I
what you're
guess from the iCloud, because I had to buy a new phone.
right.
So from the iCloud, whatever was in the iCloud, they could pull down. So everything was in there. So they had everything.
Right. So you gave them direct access to your
Yes.
iCloud account?
Yes.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, they had these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So you said earlier that you never rode, or you never, I think you said never rode in the RCMP Cruiser.
Yes.
Okay. Did you, I want to spend some time on that issue. Did the perpetrator ever drive that car?
Not that I know of. He only told me one time that, and I wasn't around, but he told me that he took it from the cottage, or from the warehouse to the cottage to get something and back to the cottage. But he said that was one time.
Okay. And so did you ever observe that vehicle anywhere other van?
No.
You have to let me finish my
I'm sorry.
question. That's okay. Did you ever observe that vehicle anywhere other than the warehouse? We've seen photos of it inside the warehouse and photos of it outside the warehouse. So is it, I mean, fair to say that
sorry,
he at
in the
least drove it outside the warehouse?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And beyond that, to your knowledge, did he drive it?
No.
In a prior statement to the RCMP on April 28th, 2020, you mentioned that people would see the lines on the car and think the perpetrator was a police officer. So how does that reconcile with your evidence that he never drove it?
That was the police car that had the stripes, just the stripes on the back.
Okay, so the stripes on the back bumper?
Yes.
And so when you say that people would see the lines on the car, that you're only referring to those stripes?
Those stripes, and he had like a neon jacket that he would put on the back of his driver's seat when he would drive, because it was like a fluorescent yellow, and it, like if somebody was going by and they seen the stripes on the back of a car like that, then this neon kind of coat, they would think maybe it's a police officer.
And how do you know that, Ms. Banfield? How did you know that people thought that he may have been a police officer?
That's what he told me. Because when he would leave Dartmouth to go to the cottage, he would fly in the passing lane, and if somebody was in front of them, he would ride them. And as soon as they, I guess, seen this vehicle, they would pull over. And he got a thrill off of thinking that they think he's a police officer.
So this is something he described to you?
Yes.
And did you ever observe it directly?
No.
Do you know who Bruce Gilmore is?
Yes.
Okay, who is he?
From the Mercedes. I think he's the manager from Mercedes.
Okay. In a statement to the commission, Mr. Gilmore said that sometime in the winter of 2020, we think he suggests January 30th, 2020, that he saw the perpetrator drop you off at the Mercedes dealership in the fully decked out RCMP car.
Never happened. It would have been the one with the stripes.
And so Mr. Gilmore was quite firm in his recollection that he provided to the commission.
I'm firm in mine.
Right. So you told us previously what you thought, what he told you, the reason why he was building the mock cruiser. Did you have any concerns about the fact that he seemed to have a sort of fully marked RCMP vehicle at his disposal?
Yes, I asked him, like, you need to find out if you're allowed to even have this. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll figure. And I said, if you don't, I'll call and I'll just ask him so you don't have to worry about it. And he's like, no, Lisa, don't. I will look after it. So he told me, so then I would ask him again, did you find out if you can? And he said that he went to somebody and they said it was okay as long as he didn't drive it.
And who did you understand he went to?
I don't know, whatever he told, I can't remember who he told me that he went to, but he said he went to authority person and said that it was okay.
Okay. A lot of people seem to know. A lot of people in the community seem to know that he had this mock cruiser. A lot of people who have spoken to the commission. To the best of your knowledge, how did they know?
I don't know, because he told me that nobody was supposed to know, and he said that he would cover it with a blanket, because I said if people come up, if anybody comes up or neighbors come around and they see this, they're going to say something, so you're sure you can have it. And he said, I'll just cover it with a blanket if somebody comes up. So as far as my knowledge, I didn't know that all these people knew that he had this.
Mr. Libertor, when he testified, described the perpetrator showing him photos of the replica cruiser on his phone, but you've told us he didn't have a phone. So how could that be?
I went, I don't know, 1 or 2 times to the yard, the Crown Assets, when he was looking at these vehicles, and Max was in the yard at the time and introduced me to him. And then they went off talking and I just went back to the car. But I know he was also a patient of ours. And oftentimes if he had a patient in the chair, if I had pictures on my phone of the cottage or whatever, because he liked to show what he had, he would say, show this person this from my phone. So I would either give the phone to him or I would physically show them.
And so the perpetrator showed Mr. Liberatore the photos on your phone.
Yes.
Were there any other people? Were there other times that the perpetrator asked to borrow your phone to show other people the photographs?
Yes. But are you talking the police car?
Yes.
Not that I know of. I don't remember. No.
So to the best of your memory, Mr. Liberatore is the only individual he showed those photographs to?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you again. Lots of people have seen this police car. Could he have been driving it around to show people?
If he was, it wasn't around me, I would never know. Because he told me he didn't drive it. Only the one time from the warehouse to the cottage, back to the warehouse.
And when you would see it parked at the warehouse, did you ever notice changes in its position?
Well, he would take it out to wash it, so wherever he put it is where he put it.
Were there ever any other signs of what I'll call wear and tear, sort of dirt on the tires, dirt on the exterior?
No, not that I noticed, but I wasn't staring at it either. Like if it was out in the yard, I didn't care. Like,
did you ever observe anything that made you suspect that it may have been driven?
no.
Okay. Did you ever worry that he might use that car to hurt or exploit others?
No.
I understand he also carried with him what sometimes gets referred to as a police badge. Were you aware that he carried a badge?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was?
It was like an ambulance. It looked like a police badge he had it in his wallet. And so if he opened up his wallet, you would think it looks like a police badge, but it was actually an ambulance kind of badge.
Okay. And I guess to start with, where did he get it?
When we would go to the States, he would go to, it was like a military place that sold like hunting stuff, fishing stuff, and just knick-knacky kind of stuff. And he seen it, he liked it, and he bought it.
Okay. And so what did he use it for?
He would use it if we went to hotels, because he also had his Uncle Chris was an RCMP and he was retired, and Gabriel had one of his business cards and he had it in his wallet. And so he had that on one side and this badge thing on the other. So and this is what he's telling me, that if he ever got stopped by the police, he would open that up, and if they seen it, they would think he was a police and say, oh, you don't have to worry about the ticket or what. This is what he's telling me. But he would also use it if we went to hotels to get a discounted rate, because if you worked for the government, you get a discounted rate. So he would say that he was a police officer and open up his wallet, and the girl would see this and assume that he was.
And so I just want to make sure I heard clearly what you said, that he had this badge on one side and that he had one of his uncle's RCMP business cards on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he would flash it to people, they would see the badge and the RCMP card.
Yes.
And you said that he told you that if he got pulled over, he would flash that badge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see him do that directly?
No.
And do you recall if he ever actually did that, or if that was just a story he said he would do?
That's what he told me he would do if he did get stopped. But whether he did, I have no idea.
So he told you he would do that?
Yeah.
Did he ever tell you that he had done it? That
No.
somebody had pulled him over and he'd pulled out that badge and flashed it?
No, he never ever told me that.
Did he carry it with him all the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did he use it in Canada as well as in the States?
I don't.
Sorry, I think in one of your previous interviews, you told us that he would use it to get discounts when you were
That
down
was
in Maine.
when we would be in the States, that's when he would use it.
Did he use it for similar purposes here in Canada?
No idea. As far as I know, no.
Did you see him directly use it for that purpose in the States?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see him directly use it for that purpose in Canada?
No.
Okay. Did it concern you that he was carrying this badge around?
I knew that it was an ambulance thing, so I wasn't. No.
I understand he was also in the possession of several sort of items from RCMP uniforms. The first is that we've heard from several witnesses, as well as from you, was the Reg Surge jacket that he acquired from one of his uncles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do with that?
We had it at the cottage, in the closet, and then once he built the garage, he wanted to put it up on a wall to
Did he
display
ever?
it.
That's okay. Did you ever see him wear it?
No, it was too small for him.
Too small for him. Okay. He also had elements from a duty uniform. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe those ones?
It was like a black pant with the yellow stripe going down the side, a beige long sleeve shirt, and he had a hat, like it was in a big white, looked like a cake box that you would open up, and this hat was inside of it.
Okay. So the hat and the pants. Anything else?
He had like a brown leather holster, like a gun holster kind of thing.
And do you know where he acquired these pieces of the uniform?
He told me that he got them from Sean McLeod.
And you said he told you that. And you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask Sean McLeod that?
No.
And did you see the uniform directly at the time the perpetrator told you this?
Yes.
Okay. What about the handcuffs he had in his possession?
He said he got those from Sean too.
And do you recall when?
Probably around the same time he got the uniform. I can't recall.
Do you have a rough estimation recollection of when that was?
No. Sorry.
Okay. And what did he do with the duty uniform pieces?
He had it in his closet.
His closet where?
And at the cottage.
Okay. Did he ever wear them?
When he first got them and I had gone to the cottage, he said, look what I got from Sean. And he put the uniform on to show me, and then he took it off, and then he put it in the closet.
And why would he have?
He collected,
No, I mean, so like, why did he have this?
he collected things. Like my whole life with Gabriel with him is he would collect things, motorbikes, cars, uniforms, boats, like food, toilet paper, like bulk stuff. And as unnormal as that is, that was normal to me because that's my whole life with him, if that makes sense.
Did he have any other uniforms?
He had a firefighter uniform. He had a bus uniform. I think that was it.
And do you know where he got those uniforms?
One, I think, was from my nephew, and one was from my brother.
Those are the fire uniforms and the transit uniforms.
Yes.
Okay. So what about the handcuffs? What did he do with the handcuffs?
I think they were in the nightstand, I think. And then he had them in the nightstand, and then I remember him seeing them over at the warehouse.
And did he ever use them prior to April 18, 2020?
He wanted to put one on me so I know what it feels like. And I'm like, no, I don't want that on me.
So he wanted to put the handcuffs on you before
Mhm.
April 18th, but it didn't happen?
No,
Did he ever use them on anybody else?
not that I know of.
Okay. And why did you understand he had those items?
There was no reason for it. Again, he collected things, so it didn't matter. Like, I didn't care about that stuff, so whatever he did is what he did when it came to buying stuff. It didn't matter to me. It didn't, I wasn't interested in that, so I didn't really,
Okay. Did the perpetrator ever mention anything about his father having collected police uniforms when he was a child?
no,
So that's not something he ever spoke about?
no, not to me.
Okay. And did you ever worry that he might use these uniforms to sort of impersonate a police officer, to hurt or exploit others?
No,
Okay. And at this point, Ms. Banfield, he's got a replica cruiser, a fake badge, and some pieces of a uniform. Were you concerned that he may impersonate a police officer?
I can't see him doing, like, no.
Why not? You started to answer there, and I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
I don't understand why anybody would. So in my comprehension, I think, why would somebody do that? So I would believe that he wouldn't, but I never really, and honestly, I never really thought that he would go out and wear that out anywhere. So I didn't, yeah.
I understand he also had a number of firearms in his possession. Okay, can you tell us about those?
He had a bunch of, look like hunting rifles when I first met him. And then over the years, he acquired more guns. He had a silver handgun, a black handgun, and two short, like they look like machine guns.
Okay, so you said he had a couple rifles when you met him, or hunting rifles, is what I think you said. And then I heard you describe 4 additional firearms. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
And do you know when and where he acquired those guns?
I believe he got them in the States. Yeah.
And where does that belief come from?
Pardon?
Why do you believe that?
What he told me is the 2 that he got, the handguns, was down in the States from Sean, and the other ones he went to a gun show in the States.
And I know that we've discussed these at length in your interviews. I just wanted to clarify, where did he keep these firearms, to your knowledge?
Like, he would always move them around. So sometimes I would see them in the nightstand. Other times, if I was cleaning in the sunroom, they were up like on the window ledge. Over at the warehouse, he had them behind a bar or in by the fireplace at the warehouse, like the bench part of the warehouse, one corner piece you could lift up, and he had it in there. He showed me there. Yeah.
Okay. Did he move them around between?
He
these
told me
events?
he would move them around.
And I think you said sometimes you would see them. And then would there be other times you go back and it wasn't in the same location?
Well, if I was cleaning and I wouldn't see them again, then I wouldn't know where he put them. But I didn't ask because I didn't care.
Okay. Did he move them back and forth between Dartmouth and Portapique?
I know he had them in Dartmouth at some point, and then up at the cottage in the warehouse.
And I understand he took a firearms course at some point, but never applied for a license. Do you know why not?
Are you talking him? Sorry.
Sorry, let me slow down. The perpetrator, do you know whether or not he had a license for firearms in Canada?
He told me he didn't.
And why not?
He told me that if we crossed over from Canada to the States, because we were bringing back, like I would bring more clothes than I should have, or perfume or whatever I bought. He would buy also stuff from eBay and have it shipped to Sean's in the States. So whatever he brought over, he would, like when we would cross over, he would take all the receipts and do up it. So he would submit that to the person in the booth. And he said that if he had a fire license, that sounds, alarms kind of thing, that every time we cross over, we'd get stopped. So I'm like, well, don't get a fire alarm because I don't want to be stopped.
Okay, so it was in relation to crossing the border.
Yeah.
Did you ever consider, so did you understand that it was illegal for him to have those guns in his possession?
Yes.
Did you ever think of reporting them?
No.
Were you worried that he might use them to hurt others?
No.
Were you worried that he might use them to hurt you?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
There was a couple times that he, if we had a fight, he put the gun to my head to scare me and said that he could blow off my head. So I was scared. I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. And so given that you were scared and that he had sometimes used those firearms to threaten you, why didn't you think of calling the police and asking them to come get those guns?
I was scared of what he would do. And grown men knew that he had guns and what he did, and they were scared of him. So what am I going to do?
In 2010, there was a day that the perpetrator called his Uncle Glenn and threatened to drive to Moncton to kill his parents. Mm-hmm. We've heard evidence about that, and that story is told in a number of our foundational documents. First of all, we've seen it reported in a couple of places that he discharged a firearm within your home in Dartmouth. Do you have a recollection of that?
Yes.
Were you there at the time?
Yeah.
What happened?
That's when he threatened to kill his parents. And he said, if anybody comes, I'm shooting. And he was just pacing back and forth. And I don't know if he was trying to intimidate me or scare me. Sorry. I think it was just to intimidate me, so I wouldn't say anything.
What was just to intimidate you, Lisa?
Shooting the gun in the house.
So shooting the gun inside the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you were there when that happened?
Mm-hmm.
Madam Registrar, I wonder if we could bring up Exhibit 3334, just the foundational document titled, I think, Violence Within the Perpetrator's Family of Origin. At paragraph 89.
Do you have a page number, Ms. Netju?
No, I do in a moment. It's paragraph 89, just a moment.
I found it, thank you.
Well, page 34, a little moment too late. So Ms. Banfield, paragraph 89 of this document describes the incident. And so I'm just going to ask you about a couple things in this paragraph. At 3:25 on June 2nd, Sergeant Poirier, he's the sergeant with Halifax Regional Police, attended at 193 Portland Street. I understand that was the residence in Dartmouth, correct?
Yeah.
And he says he spoke to Lisa Banfield, you, who said the perpetrator had passed out drunk in bed 2 hours earlier. She advised the perpetrator had been in a lengthy legal battle with his parents over land and had received a letter from them on June 1st, 2010, which upset him. Lisa Banfield told Sergeant Poirier the perpetrator started drinking because he was stressed and then called his uncle Glenn Wortman in Edmonton to vent his anger and frustration. Is that accurate so far? Do you agree with that statement? Yeah. Okay. It then says that Sergeant Poirier wrote that Ms. Banfield would not confirm or deny that he made the threat to kill his parents to his uncle. Did you hear him make the threat to kill his parents to his uncle?
Yes.
Okay, and why would you not have, why didn't you, let me ask that again, why didn't you confirm that or report that to Sergeant Poirier?
Because I was scared.
And then it goes on to say she did say that, but she said that if he did say that, it was only because he was angry. And then it goes on that you then advised Sergeant Poirier that there were no weapons in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was that true?
No.
And so why did you lie to the police?
Because before Gabriel went up, he went up to the bedroom. He had the handgun. Sorry. He had the handgun by the nightstand, and he said, if any police come, I'm shooting. So when they asked me that, I didn't want them to go in because I didn't want them to get hurt.
I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said he would come down shooting?
Yes.
And so when you said you didn't want them to get hurt, who are you referring to?
Please.
So moving on to paragraph 93 of this document. It reflects that you had a further conversation with Sergeant Poirier at 9 p.m. that night. So they had originally come in the middle of the night, is that correct?
Yes.
It says in the previous paragraph that it was 3 a.m. And so do you recall him calling you back later the same evening?
I don't.
Okay. Later in this paragraph, it says that you again told Sergeant Poirier that there were no weapons at the Portland Street address. Was that true?
I don't even remember having a conversation with him.
It says that when he called you back at 9 p.m., that you advised him that the perpetrator had left for Fredericton, New Brunswick on business and would not be returning until the following day. Was that true?
I don't remember that conversation.
Okay. After the day and the night that he had discharged the firearm, made the threat against his parents, and the Halifax police had come in the middle of the night. Do you recall what happened the next day?
The next day, I remember he was going up to the cottage, and the police gave me a business card, and they said, have him call me. And the next morning, he left, went to the cottage, and then when I came up there, I said, you need to call them. So I gave him my phone and the business card, and he called them.
You say him, you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. So your recollection is that he probably wasn't in Fredericton on business, but that he'd gone up to the cottage?
Yes.
Okay. And again, do you recall any secondary conversation with Sergeant Poirier about those firearms?
No.
Okay. And now the perpetrator's gone up to Portapique. You're still in Dartmouth. Did you think about calling them back and asking them to come and take the guns?
No.
Did you know whether they were still in the apartment?
I believe he took them.
So you said that you gave the perpetrator the business card and told him to contact that person. Just to be clear, whose business card was that?
I can tell you, one of the police officers.
Was it this police officer? Was
It would
the-
have been one of the two guys that came that night.
Okay. And so one of the two Halifax Regional Police officers.
Yes,
And do you know whether the perpetrator called them?
yes.
Okay. And what's your understanding of what happened next?
He said that he had a musket gun and that he had nothing up there and he was just mad at his dad or his parents. And then I walked out of the room, so whatever conversation he had, I don't know.
Where was this conversation taking place?
At the cottage.
Okay. So, and is it in person or on a telephone?
On the telephone.
And whose phone is he using?
Mine.
And so you've given him the business card?
Yes,
And you're there when he calls
yes,
these officers?
yes.
Okay. Do you know anything about an RCMP officer named Greg Wiley?
Yes, I met him one time and he and I were going for a drive in the back roads and I don't know if he was driving by and it was almost like he was coming one way, we were going the other, and they both stopped. And he said, "Oh, this is Greg or Wiley or whatever." But that was the only interaction other than when he came to see if if he had guns at the cottage.
Okay, so this occasion where you met Constable Wiley, was that before the incident in 2010?
No.
So had you met,
Oh, so, sorry, what are you asking me? Sorry.
no, I could be doing a better job with these questions. Let me try again. So Greg Wiley, you said that there was one time the perpetrator introduced you to him, that you were both driving, you stopped, he introduced you. Okay. Do you recall when that happened?
No, it would have been years and years ago.
Did it occur before or after this incident?
Before.
Okay. So it was before the perpetrator made the threat against his parents and the Halifax police started to investigate?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so do I correctly understand that Constable Wiley later came to the cottage in Portapique in connection with this?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what you know about that.
I remember he came to the door. He came through the living room up into the master bedroom, and Gabriel had like a little musket kind of gun, and he showed him that, and then he showed him the gun above the fireplace that was filled with wax, so it was just for decoration, and he said, "That's what I have."
So you said he came through the door. I just want to be clear. Was that the door? Which door?
The cottage door, the main door.
And then you said that the perpetrator also showed him the firearms over the fireplace. Was that in the cottage?
Yes.
Okay. Did he go to the warehouse?
No.
Did you have the warehouse at that time?
I don't know. I can't remember when we even built the warehouse.
Do you recall anything else about Constable Wiley's visit?
No, he was only there, maybe 10 minutes. He just showed him that, and then they talked for a second and he left.
Okay. Did he look around or conduct any sort of search independent of?
Not that I noticed, no.
Did he speak to you?
Just if I was standing there, he would have said hi, but that would have been it.
At any point in time, did he speak to you separately from the perpetrator?
No.
And did he take a statement from the perpetrator?
Did he write anything down, you mean?
I mean, did you
They
recall him
talked.
asking questions?
He just asked if he had guns or whatever, and he showed him those two guns, basically, and that was pretty much it.
Were you alive to the fact that they knew each other when Constable Wiley arrived that day?
From their interaction, I could tell that, yeah, that they knew each other.
Did you recall having met him that one time before?
If I'd seen him now, I wouldn't know what he looks like, so
Did you ever ask the perpetrator about his friendship with Constable Wiley?
No. I think he said that when he broke, or somebody tried to break it or broke into the cottage, I think that was the police officer that was helping him find his tools or whatever was stolen from him. So that's the kind of relationship they had, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so perhaps you could tell us a bit more about that. At some point, somebody broke into the cottage?
That's what he told me. I wasn't there. I was in Dartmouth. And he said somebody came in through the garage and stole a bunch of his tools.
And from the warehouse or from
The cottage.
Okay. And did he report that?
He did. And I believe that was the Greg Wiley that came and took his statement or whatever. And to try to find who stole his tools or whatever. And he was angry because basically nothing was being done, that just put it through insurance. You have insurance for it. But he wasn't perpetrator Gabriel wasn't letting it go. He wanted to know who had his stuff.
And how did that end?
As far as,
Did he ever recover his stuff?
he told me that he found out who actually took his stuff and that he approached them, but it was already sold or gone or whatever. So then he had to buy all new stuff.
Okay. Just a moment. I unhelpfully again have the name of the document and the paragraph number, but I will get the exhibit number. So, Madam Registrar, could you bring up Exhibit 3437, which is the foundational document titled Violence Towards the Perpetrator's Common Law Spouse? And we're looking at page 31. Page 31, paragraph 120. So, Ms. Banfield, this describes an incident that occurred at Sutherland Lake that we refer to as the Sutherland Lake assault. And then I'm not going to ask you to walk us through the details of this event again. I just had a couple follow-up questions. First of all, you'll see a number of dates reflected in this paragraph. But you've recalled that this incident occurred in 2001. Do you still think that date is accurate?
No, it was 2003.
And can you tell us why you've reconsidered that timing?
We have a niece that's like a sister to us, and she was pregnant at the time. And she was like 8 or 9 months, I think 8 months pregnant at the time. And that was in 2003 when I had called her to pick me up.
So based on the timing of that pregnancy, is now your belief that that was 2003?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that you're recalling a different pregnancy?
No, that's the only pregnancy she had.
Okay. So based on that information, and I presume that the date of your niece or nephew's birth, you've come
Niece.
to 2003.
Yes.
Okay. I have some additional questions about this incident that come from counsel for Aaron Tuck, Emily Tuck, Jolene Oliver, and Lillian Campbell. Do you know whether or not anybody ever witnessed what happened between you and the perpetrator that night?
Pardon?
Did anybody witness what happened between you and the perpetrator that night?
No.
So there was no witnesses to the assault at Sutherland Lake?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the 18th. I'm sorry. Yes, there was witnesses.
Okay. And who were those witnesses?
I don't know who they were. There was two side-by-sides or three-wheelers or four-wheelers that shone lights on us because they could hear me screaming. So who those people were, I don't know. And Renee Baker, her name's Kirsten now, but at the time it was Renee Baker and some of her friends at the party.
And so when you mentioned that in your statement that Renee found you in the woods, you were referring to Renee Baker, now
Yes,
Kirsten.
yes.
Okay, and so are you aware of whether Renee witnessed any part of that assault?
I'm not sure. I just remember seeing light shine on us, and then he let me go.
Madam Registrar, can we bring up Exhibit 3346 at page 2? Okay, and this is a copy of the statement given by Renee Karsten to the RCMP immediately after the mass casualty event. And you'll see that halfway through, she'll say that they had a verbal argument. They ended up leaving. They got into an argument in the driveway, and when I could hear Lisa screaming, I went out, and he was dragging her by her hair, by the hair of her head in the driveway. And of course, I lost it and tried to intervene, and he let her go. Does that match with your memory of this incident?
I remember him pulling my hair and me screaming, and then somebody noticing and stopping.
So you wouldn't disagree with this account?
No.
You told us in the interviews about this incident that the perpetrator was eventually taken away in the back of a police car. Mm-hmm. Is that correct? Can you provide us with any more details about the police attending that night?
I wouldn't know, because when I came out of the woods with Renee, there was a house there, and I just remember them bringing me in this house, and I looked out and I seen this police car go by and he was in the back. So I don't know who called them. I don't know how it came about.
Can you say whether or not it was an RCMP car?
It looked like an RCMP car to me.
And what's the basis for you saying that?
Like it had the lights, like it looked like a police car.
Okay. It looked like a police car, or it looked like an RCMP car?
Well, it looked like something like he made, with the lights on the top, the emblem.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the perpetrator was taken to a police station that night?
No.
You don't know? Or
No,
he
as
wasn't?
far as I heard, that he was taken back to the cottage.
Okay, so your understanding is that he was not taken to a police station?
No.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Of what people said, that he was just dropped off at the cottage.
Okay, and that's the cottage in Portapique?
Yes.
And how did you eventually get back to Portapique that night?
I drove.
You drove? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
We drove. He was supposed to drive, and because I had been drinking, because I said if I was going to the party, I want to have drinks, because I'm always the designated driver. So he drove. So before we got there, I said that I was not staying, that I wanted to come back home. So when we got there, I already had a tune on, and I looked over and I could see he's drinking, and I'm thinking, like, what are you doing? Like, somebody's going to drive here. Like, so when I approached him to say, like, you're driving, he's like, well, just spend the night. And I said, I'm not spending the night. I'm leaving now. If you want to stay, you stay, but I'm going. So I jumped in the Jeep, and that's when he looked at Renee to say, look what I have to deal with. So I just jumped in the Jeep, and I was driving, and he jumped in. And as I was driving back on the back road, He's yelling at me because he had to leave. And then he started smacking me in my face. And I'm thinking, I've never had anybody hit me before. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to drive and I have drinks into me. Like, what are you doing? And he just kept whacking me in the head. And I'm thinking, I got to get out of this vehicle. So I just put it in neutral and pulled up the emergency brake and I jumped out and I just started running. And he ran after me. And I tried to hide behind this big tree and he grabbed me by the hair, like my head. And he was punching me, like, so I'm trying to protect myself, get my bearings. And I'm screaming. And he pulled me out by the road. At this point, we're on the road. And then all of a sudden, I could see these two, like it looked like side-by-sides or four-wheelers or something, and these lights on me. And then he looked up because the lights are shining on me. And he just dropped me and he jumped in the Jeep and he went back to the party and said, I freaked out. So after all of this and he had left, I had asked the guys, I just told the guys, I just want to go back and get my vehicle and go home. And the guys are like, well, we don't want you to go by yourself. And I said, I don't want you to come, it'll just make it worse. Because I thought I'll just park by the cemetery before our house and I'll run down and jump in my car and leave. And but they didn't want me to. They said just to wait a little while because I had drinks into me. So they unhooked something underneath the hood so I couldn't drive the vehicle. So I was there for, I don't know how long, an hour, maybe two, I don't know. And then I just kept begging them just to hook it back up so I could just get out of there because I didn't know any of these people. And it's my first time meeting all these people. And they finally did. And I thought, I don't even know how I made it home because I wouldn't even know how to get there to this day. And anyway, so I made it back onto our road and I parked by the cemetery and I noticed this vehicle behind me. So as I'm opening the door, he was in the vehicle behind me and he grabbed me. He's like, get out of this vehicle. And I said, you can have it. And I just got out of the vehicle and I jumped into the vehicle that was behind, which was Allison Sutherland. And I got in the vehicle with him and he's like, at the time he must have been, I don't know, 70s, close to 80 or whatever. And he drove me down because I said, I just want to get in my car so I can go. And by the time we got down to the driveway, Gabriel was already, he was trying to take the vehicles off my car so I couldn't leave. And I said, are you going to do something? And he's like, I can't do anything. And I got mad at him. Sorry, but I said, are you an active man or what? I need help. And he said, I can't do anything. Obviously, he was scared. He's in his 70s and 80s. What is he going to do, really, right? And so I just sat there, and then he went up on the deck, and he's pacing. He's like, Allison, don't come on this property. It's mine. Lisa, come on in. I'm not going to hurt you. And I'm like, are you crazy? I'm not going in there with you. And he's like, come on in, I won't hurt you. And I said, just take me back to the party. I'll get somebody to pick me up because I'm not staying here. So I went back to the party and they were still outside. They had a bonfire and they were still outside and they wanted me to hang with them. And I was just like, I went inside the house and that's when I called my niece to pick me up because I wanted to get out of there. And then she came up and got me.
Okay, and this is your niece Stephanie, the one who said was pregnant.
Yeah.
I understand that you declined to report the assault to the police that night.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain for us why you made that decision?
I did. Like, that's the first time anybody ever hit me, and I didn't want to get anybody in trouble. I just thought I'm just walking away, like I'm just done, like I'm leaving. So I was scared, like I didn't know what he was going to do. So I just wanted to get out of there.
Okay, Lisa, do you need a break?
No, that's okay. I'm good.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind. Please.
Yes, break?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commissioners, Ms. Banfield would like a break. I note that it's 5 to 12. I know that would be an early lunch hour, but I'm in your hands.
Is it your recommendation, Ms. Natu, that we break for lunch now? We could break for approximately an hour? Or would you like to recommend
I
a
mean, we
shorter
could
break?
come back and do another half an hour, but I know that people get hungry and then that it's a
All right.
challenging day.
Okay. Thank you. We'll break till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1 o'clock.
Sorry. I thought I had the cameras on the screen. I'm sorry. Yeah, you see the tire incident happens 2 times. One, you have CSI throwing them in the water. That seems logical. And Hudson's ever evolving story that turned from, well, there may have been red flags that we could have seen, to then a few days later, a fire party where it sounds like she returned to the party for a little while. But the tires were taken off and thrown in the, quote, ditch. So we had tires going in the water and tires going in the ditch, which, of course, you're going to do when you're gooned. I don't know. Not my drinking days, I'll tell you that. I wouldn't certainly take tires off somebody's car. I was more interested in having a beer. But something really funky. But she mentioned the guys again. The guys, right? Like in her reenactment, and the voices. Hey guys, guys. Okay. So the badge story didn't make sense. They're going to read your badge. Do they even honor down in the United States? She didn't ask her, did she go to the gun shows? She was never even, I know it's going to seem a tidbit, but I'm big on these tidbits, and frankly, it is kind of big. They never asked her to re-swear her oath. She stepped down. They dismissed her. So then that means you have to re-swear an oath. So what is the credibility then of what she's saying? Not sure. They won't ask her anything that will incriminate her. Well, she's incriminating herself by the looks of it, potentially in more things here. Why would somebody put tires in the ditch if you don't want that person getting them again? Well, I think it was just for a temporary. The story didn't make sense. One version, CSI, she's up in the shower or something, and then the tires are getting, I don't know, ripped off the car and thrown in the water. Hudson's story is a growing one in the media, and you can see that if you cycle through it. And then he disappears. Of course, I was questioning Hudson and Brenda, because those were the two. John Nancy Hudson and Brenda, both kind of who disappeared. Brenda did make a reemergence in June. I think it was June. Only to disappear again. I'm very dubious of anything that's surfacing. How long a break? They didn't re-swear. They don't that's not true. Thank you. Actually, they certainly do. I'm not sure what law court you're operating in. Once they give you ability, the commissioner or judge gives you formal permission to step down, you now have to re-swear again. Lunch, then 30 minutes is trauma-informed early quitting. Families aren't being allowed to sit together. This is not good. Like, apparently the security down there is a madhouse. And it's just, and they're very upset, but God bless them for being so strong. God bless, and I know some of you are in here. They're there, so God is, don't take offense, because I know some people just take it as my well wishes. God's watching over you, okay, protecting you all. You can say that equals just well wishes. He was just one guy. And Allison's behind. Ellison is, I think Ellison is deceased now. Is that correct? Sutherland, Ellison Sutherland? I believe so. Jillian said we will come back to the silent patrolman. Yes. So what company is that? Now, she said, as best as I can gather in the reenactment, and I believe it said equally in the ITOs, she crawled over the driver's side. There was a headrest there, first of all. With the coat, the yellow coat, she said. They put it that over the headrest. Okay. So you have two barriers. One, the size of the window. How small is that? What are the exact measurements on that? Can a human body contort through that? Because if so, I think the company, which by the way, I believe is listed in the, I'm fairly certain of it because I've looked at the models. They don't specify that, though I should have asked them. Should be informed that their product is defective and may need updating. Or perhaps they designed it so people can't get out, which is kind of the more logical. Reaching around through windows that are down. Right. Lisa seems to have wide hips. I don't know. I'll ask this to the ladies that are in the room. There's so many of you who know this kind of stuff. The slimming clothes effect. I don't know quite how that works. I know something about the stripes and that kind of stuff. But I did get a legitimate call from somebody who's very involved in the background and I would definitely not say tinfoily. And shall we say, has a very strong knowledge of RCMP. Now, they asked, were the clothes that she was wearing slimming? Like, was the visual effect, the librarian effect, right, that they do, and they've done that. That's common. It's very common. The spandex for sure, right? But I think they were trying to recreate almost even the image that people have conceived or what they have seen. They like to ping upon things that are in our subconscious. The shoes. She's wearing the same shoes in the reenactment. that are in the crime scene photos. Not to sound tinfoily, really not. But do you take the shoes off and throw them in the woods and then take pictures of them? I don't know. But was the clothing that she was wearing, did that have a slimming effect? You know, so that the person who's watching is just like, oh yeah, she's very tiny. I don't get the sense that she can fit through a very small space, which should be specified. And frankly, perhaps that should be recreated. Actually, not perhaps. It should be. Just, you know, I'm not muted. Oh, God. Am I muted? You can play my videos, Banfield shoes. 39 paces apart. All black makes anyone appear. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, Judy. Looks like I'm doing okay. Technically, I'm doing not too bad today. Yay! It's a win. God shining on me. So the shoes in the FIS report are in sad video, but they're the same shoes in the reenactment. I mean, they stood out right away to me. I'm like, so she's wearing the yoga pants, the same shoes. She's pinging on things that you have all seen before. They like that. Black cubes need to be ripped off RCMP leaf short bus and tossed in the water. Can anybody help me with, or that they're noticing that lawyers are nervous in certain elements of this? They are like legitimately nervous, and I'm like, how could you be nervous? This is bread and butter. I've noticed a few of them. I think I pointed it out on a few occasions now. I don't understand. What are they nervous of? You're asking questions. I don't think it's a big toughie. Call me an insensitive asshole, but it staged the reenactment. We don't have jump clips. You don't have, even the structure of the fourth video is complete gobbledygook. It stinks of Indo. My stream is frozen. Okay, well, that's too bad. No defense of Lisa, just spandex. Yes, and it's difficult to see. Might be getting spanked by the Three Stooges. I think the Three Stooges kind of just a play on the Three Amigos, but I like the co-opting. I'll take it as compliment. For unprepared, lawyers are always nervous. Oh, they certainly wouldn't be unprepared in this one. I guarantee you. Oh, the goo that they have to go through to just ask a question. No, they know exactly. Nervous about crossing the victim line. Well, what is the hello, Richard. What is the ramifications of potentially what I don't even, that's not a tangible item. It's completely moving. Somebody says that their feelings are a little bit hurt or something, then therefore you can't ask. Not any lawyer I've ever seen. No. So I don't understand. And what if they did, kind of hurt somebody's feelings here? Like, if somebody cries here, are they just supposed to say, oh, sorry, can't ask any more questions, I've got to go away, and please ignore that question? That's nonsensical. Completely illogical bullshit. Try that. Yeah. Doesn't work. I think I used maybe a bad. I used a little bit of profanity. I was a bit snarky about it, but I believe that if you did that, you pulled the spandex down, but I don't know, the yogas or whatever, and you tied that, you actually had enough material to tie it. I think your ass is going to be hanging out of your pants. I'm going to make it difficult to walk. Maybe that's what the little stick is for. I don't know. She's being treated for is why? Has she been? Let's start at the basic. Let's go back to April 19th, 2019, because I'm stuck there. Has she been eliminated as a suspect? The answer to that is no. Has the supposed alibi that she's presented thus far, as in like using other character witnesses, etc., has that substantiated what she's saying? No, because the witnesses are garbage. Hearsay, mentally struggling with deficiencies at this point in time due to age, etc. So her story doesn't hold a lot of water. She has no reports. She has no doctor reports. She has nothing. So now the motive, or the supposed motive, is gone. I.e., he was getting mad, which never made sense anyways, right? Because here's Angel down in the United States. Perhaps the call originated in Canada. She did say that she FaceTimed with her family every day. Was that what was going on? Is that why the FBI could find no record of it? Perhaps. Thanks, Todd. For that point, completely valid. So if Angel says, I don't know who asked who, I'm sorry, I don't know about the 19th. Now, who asked who? There's another important question. Can you guys help me with that? A draftsman or tech can recreate. I guess I'd have to know the measurements on borders on the silent patrolman. I think we can contact the company and find out if they don't want to ask in the Mass Casualty Commission. And then we can replicate it ourselves. And somebody's going to look like they have egg on their face if they can't go through the window. Just throwing that out there. Now, let's see if somebody's answer. Who asked who about this 19th? Like, hey, I think we should do a 19th anniversary goo. Who asked that? Was it Lisa asking Gabe, or was it Gabe asking Lisa? I haven't come across it, so I have no idea. A lot of people seem to be having struggles with things. I get the feeling that after watching Hours of Lawyers, there's approved script of questions. They're nervous, scared, deviations. I think there may be a little bit more going on than just it. But remember the video I did the other day, which is just kind of, there may be more to all that too. But what are you scared of? What the fuck is somebody going to do? I'm scared of deviating from you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Regan, Commissioner. The legacy. Ouch. Gonna hurt. Bad. Probably was happy when it was just left alone in the dark. Everybody forgot. Not anymore. Does anybody know who asked who about the 19th? Hero Regan's boy. Yeah. He likes the ladies getting hurt. It's okay. Don't worry about it. He's into traumatizing the ladies. Sexual trauma. Multiple cases. He's okay traumatizing them. But don't worry. He went up the food chain. It's okay. I'll just say it this way. It seems very convenient. It's good. Could just be timing. Convenient. It's coincidental. Nobody knows. I thought Lisa said Gabe wanted us. Okay. All right. So she's agreeable to the ceremony, right? Well, just going back to the 19th, because I'm very slow. Just humor me. So she says, okay, let's do that, right? Now she's being abused, and going with the narrative. Okay, so then Angel says, don't do it. She gets mad at Angel, right? Storms out. She gets mad at Angel for saying that. But she's being abused. Okay. And then, goes home, comes back, goes back home, and then all of this happens. And so Mr. Wortman's response to this is, you know what? The person who said, don't marry or commit or whatever to this person that I'm in a separate bedroom, separate residence, vast majority of the time relationship. Okay. That person, I'm going to be mad at the innocent people. That's who I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be mad at my girlfriend, first of all, for wanting to do it and getting angry about it, essentially defending our relationship. So as a response to that, I'm going to get angry at her, and then I will go and kill innocent people. But I'm not really angry at Angel, because that's misdirection. Why? Why would the motive is just such shit. It's totally illogical. When he went there to take off, no stripes on pants, no stripes on pants. But don't worry, no stripes on the pants. Not to jump topic. No stripe on the pants. Either what appears to be in Shubenacadie or at the Millbrook, take it for what it's worth. No stripe on the pants of, Morrison. I don't have the stripe on the pants, Morrison. I'm a good guy. Why that was known at that point in time, not exactly sure. Anyway, I'd say that's a clue. But why would you take an extra pair of pants and transport it around with you in Nova Scotia? So he's got the cargo pants or jeans, they're jeans, right? Or jeans at the end. I don't know what he's got before. So he didn't wear the yellow striped pants. So where did the pants go? Where did the original pants go? Got at Genus. Yellow striped pants at Genus. Which he would have taken off in the Weber vehicle. That makes a lot of sense too. You're going to take the pants off in the car. Where did the original non-striped pants go? Why would you be transporting two pairs of, wearing a pair of pants and then have another pair of pants? That's illogical while you're getting pursued all around. It's like taking the chain down at the end of Blueberry Field and then putting it back up. Illogical. Yeah, I'm getting chased. I'm going to stop my car. Think about, oh, she said the images will take some on the same day, but one of the replicas does have the number on it. Yes. And the other does not. Very interesting. Good point. And the timestamp on those photos was what, March 2019? Was it March? It was way prior to the supposed having a finished car, or so we're told. What happened to the Spider-Man glasses? Or are you talking about I could use these as X-ray vision through walls. Yeah, so there seems to be a lot of that going on too. Right. I can see things. Okay, no problem. Don't try to fuck with my mind. I can put myself in your shoes. Doesn't work in a lot of places. So the motive is gone on so many different levels, and I can read a few statements that have come out just in the last 36 hours, say, and I will, because there's a bit of a backstory to that, I would say, at least for me, I think in what I've put together. So the motive's gone. Now, why did he do what he did? And why is she not telling the truth about that? She didn't tell the truth there, in my opinion, on a few occasions. Definitely saying about how she didn't know Wiley, only met him one time. That's absolutely not true. Soda pop statements, Wiley. Ginger ale Pepsis. Serving around the kitchen. Could you describe her? So, yeah. That nightstand, I tell you. The nightstand is an interesting one. I went back and looked at the statement and then compared the statement to specifically what Kendall brought up about get the gun. Get the gun. Now, because she says that he got it from the sunroom in the reenactment. But I think it's also in another statement. Anyway, so, because it was a really good point Kendall made. And I was like, wow, yeah, she picks up the gun. Fingerprints on the gun. Da, 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 da. But if you take Brown's notes and compare them to, you have to compare them to another, what is it, Brown's interview with her, and you compare it to another piece, you can see that it follows chronologically, a summary or something like that. It follows chronologically. No, there's something more. Sorry. It does follow chronologically each event that's being talked about. And when it comes to the gun one, it doesn't read. It's just a misinterpretation by the person who's writing the ITO, right, versus Brown's statement. Vest. Cindy said in the past, don't believe the fellow. She does not believe the fellow. Removing the vest is Gabe, and I concur. Definitely look like different body structures you're talking about here. Definitely different body structures. Fitch asked Dorrington about it. I'm sorry. The image is missing. MCC said they never had that second photo from Dorrington. Fitch asked Dorrington about it. The photo misdirection photo? Or is that the Brookfield misdirection driving by incident? Right. Okay. I think I answered that one. Sean gave him a hat and a shirt, maybe pants. Then Gabe's most hated family members gave him full uniforms plus a complete red serge. Right. And Alan's, can I revise my statement, Alan? Well, I don't know where my first uniform actually went. Maybe. That family, I'll tell you, I'm reading through more family trees now, is a gong show. And I would definitely say that there are sides. And I think we've really been duped on this one. I feel extraordinarily duped by Global, at RCMP, all one kind of the same, right? And others. Comparatively to people who don't seem to have a reason to lie. And I'm like, okay, because it doesn't benefit them. Why would these people say that? Why would the mortgage be paid? Okay. Found another piece last night on this one. Go away, whatever that is. Now, where did I have this? One moment. The ownership of properties. So I don't know if you guys have read that. It was a bit, it gave a bit more context because I've been feeling my ass in the dark. And perhaps it's just me, but I never did quite understand where things were. So Maureen's property is 2 properties, I believe, due south of the warehouse. Gabe sold it to her, transferred it to her. So it isn't the property on the north. I don't know who the property on the north is still. She said yesterday, in the reenactment, she said, Lisa said, she or her, and then she farted over her own tongue, changed it to the person, and then realized that she had said her house, which I always found interesting. You realize the error, try to correct, and then realize that you're drawing attention. So where is it? Mortgages. Right, the house. It just gives the property ID number, aka otherwise known as 135 Orchard Beach Drive, aka Benchmark 16, was subject to foreclosure in 2010 and became the property of GMAC Mortgage Lender. In 2014, the property was bought by Gabriel Wortman, Neil Wortman, and Glenn Wortman. So Neil's on the title too. Maybe this is not news to anybody, but to me it was. I'm like, huh? Neil and Glenn. They seem to be in the same boat together. The global boat. The global boat. There's definitely sides in this family. The Wortman brothers subsequently transferred the property, sold, to Lisa Rebecca McCulley, 2015. At the time of 2015 sale, there was no mortgage registered against the property. This would suggest that the property was purchased without need for the mortgage. 2018, Lisa McCulley did obtain mortgage. Okay, so I'm not even going to, but that's probably not that relevant. So they jointly bought it, jointly sold it, i.e. have to sign. So Neil also got duped. Where's that? Or did all 3 of them sign it? And like the payments, it's payment within 3 weeks to Glenn, right? I think that's gone too. So basically what you've got left is a whole bunch of nothing. Wildly concocted stories down in the war room that they're still running with. Hiding what? Exactly. What was the name of the guy on the car lot who saw the Deckel Cruiser? Need to read his statement. He went back and then revised it. Oh gosh, that just popped through my head. And he's like, oh, I must have been mistaken about the date. I don't think he's mistaken. And obviously the MCC doesn't think so because they asked the question. But obviously, well, they concurred that the car was being driven. It was fairly obvious that the car was being driven. I suspect that they have surveillance photo, video, possible. It's very old, but they may, depending on what kind of cloud server they have. Anything interesting come up? Hello, Mirage. Someone said Sean was there earlier that afternoon helping cut brush. I don't know anything about that. I have found some She stated earlier that she was continuing after lunch in a half hour. She's already so she's dropping it off at the, what was the last question? Sorry, refresh my memory, because it is kind of a key point that they cut it slightly before. I think it was going to go in a direction. They need to make sure they get that cleaned up. Let's see here. Thank you for sharing. Families popping in on lunch. Thank you. Oh my, from MCC. Oh, Nosey's down there. All right. Crazy. Bruce Gilmore's statement from Mercedes. Her calling Ben's guy a liar. Well, there's a few of them. There's a few of them that she's gone through. Wiley. Yeah. No. So I would say probably somebody's not telling the truth, which would mean her. The assault story doesn't seem to pan out. That seems a bit of an invention by Brenda friend Glynn. Balin. Covert ops. Serious. Sean's mother and Peter Griffin mother related. There's more relationships than just that. Dirty Boys Club. Yes, but you're right. Sean's mother and Peter Griffin's mother are related. I believe there's more relations than just that. And I'm just not saying anything. It's just so many missed opportunities to alert police. But did the police, when given the opportunity to alert police, let's go with that theory. The police are finally alerted. Do they want to alert the public? No. So you kind of work back your food chain. And it kind of looks like the police, and I'm not saying that Lisa's involved, but it stinks if you have money tied up in these things. Doesn't look very good. The emails between them, to which they've only released a little bit. Of course, the mountain of ones that we haven't got, in excess of 480 pages between Wortman and Banfield. You know, that's really hard to turn over, of course. I would say that the RCMP's interests and Lisa's interests are kind of the same. Don't inform, don't alert. It kind of looks like, if you follow. Friends of friends. Just saying. Sad Maddie's G-Spot haircuts and Griffin. Well, I never was able to find the definitive relationship there. But perhaps if somebody has obituaries or something that can tie the two Banfields, that would be very good. I find him interesting on certain lists of people that may be involved with other components of this. Because they don't really seem to run in the same circles. But maybe that's for another day. So, when she was scared of Monster Gab, she hid for 2 weeks, literally 2 doors down from the monster. No, sorry. The lot out in Portapique is not developed. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it is. Just south. Was there a shed on there that burnt down and somebody was not happy about the things burning in it? I think. Maybe there's a signing. Well, I'm just saying that their interests seem to be similar, Linda. That's where I'll go. I heard Jameis say the name Hudson, I'm referring to Nancy and John Hudson, who apparently were at the fire parties. Apparently there's a lot of parties. And so their story kind of evolved about the assault thing. So I'm gonna throw it into the basket, probably with Brenda. I haven't definitively dismissed it yet, but it's very questionable, and especially if you've got the CSI new showering tires going in water, of course, which makes sense, right? Can't see that one a long way off. RCMP has security family footage. Everything happened at the warehouse and on the property. No excuse. I believe that this is true. Would be on the web. Webcams on the web. Cloud storage. What happened? Security cameras everywhere. Okay. They would have picked that up relatively quickly. Emily could have been Gabe's car. Just saying, probably was friends with cops anyway. Easily could have been Gabe's car. Just saying, friends with. But where's the money coming from? The money doesn't add up. I think we're talking, to me, it has hallmarks of a certain other incident where there was a lot of money involved and some shooting. Freezies. It was probably too cheap to steal tires, to steal her tires. He's actually very opposite. You see this narrative? Again, I have to do a lot more homework, but I'll tell you, I was up last night reading a bunch of statements, and which is not abnormal, but my views have changed a lot. And you see, why are they waiting so long to issue some of these statements? Because they don't want people to read them, right? That's why Darren's notes and things like that, right? It gets progressively worse. So I have a little bit more, I place a little bit more faith in latter released statements than I do in former ones. a little bit more. But I'll tell you, the sources that it's coming from, some of this stuff doesn't add up. Like, people are speaking of him in a quite a positive light, which frankly is very shocking from some of these people. Why? You really shouldn't be very happy at all. And yet they're like very generous, very kind, compassionate, extremely intelligent, very generous, rings through constantly, always helping. Maybe odd, weird, can't understand why. Like, I don't even, they'll even ask themselves the question aloud, different people, and they'll be like, I don't know why I'm telling you that he's a bit weird, because he was a really nice guy. I don't even know why I say that, but he just was. And I don't even know where that came from. Gilmore SD looked inside and saw partial gear, but front seat did not have radios and other police gear. Okay, and what was the date? Because he revised the date on that, which he would have done that. That only came out really recently, that he changed the date. Okay, so he saw it in April 2019. According to the statements, emails, door decals were May 19. There we go. Decals were on, but not working. Ben's guy is truthful. I believe he's truthful the first go around with the date, and then he goes back and he changes, and he's like, well, it must have been the wrong year. Like, he doesn't even have the right season. So I'm like, no. You knew what it was the first time. You got it right the first time, pal. So there are problems, and then there you go again. Oh, he only ever sat in it once. What about the stuff on the highway? There was another thing about highway and him driving in the car. Once in October 2020 and February 2022. Oh, the statement? Oh, Orchard sold twice? That's interesting. I don't know if there's anything to that, but so when has Neil ever come into this story? Read the property title. Never heard it. Neil, who has power of attorney over Glenn, distributing assets before somebody's dead. Yeah, that part of the family, actually, I'm kind of off, gone. They're not good. And yet they're the ones who are saying, oh, Evelyn was hiding in the trunk, and he would have built-in pockets in the for stakes. Fucking loony, man. Nobody says that. You're just trashing. You're just absolutely trashing. That statement is because it doesn't ring like a person would speak. Story time, Miss Fabio. I'm not saying that you're agreeing with what I'm saying, Robert, but it fits. It fits. How's that? Welcome. Is it weird seeing her in person? Yeah. Is that? Yeah, it must be very odd. I don't think I've got any. Have I got anything recently? No. It's kind of quiet over there. Let me just check in with somebody. We'll see where things are at. Sending lots of love and prayers. Priced up on February 22. Yeah, so I think a lot of money to be made in real estate right now. It's a totally artificial market, but that bubble will burst. It's been a long time coming. Like a long time. We're back in Harper days. I'm surprised she wasn't wearing a mask. Yes. Money, pigs, money. Filthy lucre. Disgusting. Fully function Motorola discontinue police radio with encryption codes. Oh. The latter part of that. Okay. Care to elaborate? Maybe possibly the document? Lots of bones. What bones? PBR 200 never up for sale. I don't know who owns 200 yet. Sorry, 200 is the government. Who owns the warehouse one? Any thoughts? Any ideas? Was all of Wortman's property seized? I don't believe so. Or was it just 200 the showpiece? Clearly you're not watching. Okay. With his full knowledge and consent, he was the one distributing his assets before he moved, or somebody else did that for him. Can you hold on one moment, please? Okay, my apologies. Real life emergencies. Jeremy Guthrow, welcome. Hello. Good to see you again. I'm surprised the government didn't just buy everyone out, including Leon. So who bought up? They purchased both his properties in Portapique. Well, he has how many? 1, 2, 3. Well, wait a second. Did they even? They didn't include the stuff down on the beach on Ferris. No, I'm wondering why. Portapique, Orchard Beach, Cobb. Okay, sorry. What do we have here? I think they're all on Orchard Beach. Now, the roads are all owned, which I've come across before, and it is true. That's fucking screwy. The roads are owned. It's a private road, but there's a bunch of them. Portapique Crescent's owned. They're all owned. I don't understand this concept of per se of owned roads. We don't really have anything like that, so maybe I'm just sounding goofy, but we don't have that I'm really aware of down here. So we have Orchard Beach Drive is owned, Ferris Lane is owned, Cobequid is owned, Cobequid with a different piece is owned. That's owned by Pugsley's, so Blueberry Field, right? Pugsley's, but I think related to Fisher, I was able to trace that. So Highway 4, same family. I suspect maybe that might be why the phone call came in. Maybe that night. Warning. And Bayview Court is also owned. And Coast Lane, unable to determine. So one individual owns Orchard Beach Drive, Portapique Crescent, and Bayview Court. So all the roads down in the villas, the Orchard Beach retirement villas or whatever's going on over there. Weird. Mutual access code COM 0051960. Okay, is this going to tell us the Pictos? Is that the Picto defense coming that they don't ever use? Right? One second. Oh, okay, sorry. Break time will grow up. Yeah, giant grow up, but then he's got drugs and they're coming in, they're hot tub parties, but he needs drugs being brought in. Brenda? Balin better get somebody else to come in. I said to you, you didn't do a good job. That was a bit of a fail over there in Ottawa. These people are so transparent. Jesus. New road staying private road or government road? Still road, still private. Don't know what's going on with the private road, the villas. I like Todd's outlook on the road. Had to liquidate grandpa's assets to pay their estates before LTC would accept him. Okay, but again, Todd, is that with? I'll scroll back here. Was that with his permission? His distribution of assets. It's just a strange phrase. Plus, the house at least in my reading so far, was sold fully furnished to McCully. So I guess they didn't want the stuff in the house. It had everything. If you own it, you have to do snow removal and repairs. Like, how hard is this one? I got all kinds of roads out at the ranch. I don't understand why it needs a fucking hive mentality. Especially if it's owned by somebody else. If somebody owns that road, right? So in this case, Mr. Burris, which I'd seen the name before. Coty Ronald Lawrence Burris. Coty Ronald Lawrence Burris. Is that two individuals? I thought there was only one. Okay. Why is he not doing the maintenance for it? He owns the road. So then you have underneath him, somebody else takes care of his roads. That's just strange. And it doesn't seem like it's a big, like, it's not that big of a deal. Pull the grader out. There you go. Once in a while, you bring in a few loads of gravel. I don't know where you guys get gravel down there. I just get it out of the back. 40. They want me. I'm two before the court. Okay. Snippy purchased both the properties, Port Pickles at warehouse. They purchased both his properties. But he owns more property than two. And it doesn't list anything outside of Portapique, and it doesn't list anything off of outside of Portapique. So I expect there's more properties. Well, there is. So where's that? Works like a condo board. What the how hard is this? Maybe I'm just a totally insensitive asshole again. Put on your glasses, Gramps. You keep misreading comments. Whose comment am I misreading? I'm saying new road through the woods. Did you also see them there? No, that's not listed. Just the 4. The comm number is, I'll give that to you. Or not just the 4, sorry. The roads listed are Orchard Beach Drive, Ferris Lane, Coast Lane, Cobequid Court. There's 2 different pieces of Cobequid Court. The one over on Pinio Lawyer Stick Lady's side is owned by the Pugsleys. And the villas is all owned by Portapique Crescent, Bayview, Orchard Beach, and the other part of Cobequid are owned by one individual. The comm number is 3872. Yes. Very odd. They like to protect the villas. The villas. Villas is top secret. Stay out. Don't go down. Tom Patton. Why is the name ringing a bell? Tom Patton. Dancers. Tom Patton. Patton. Previous owners, Atlantic. Is that it? Dawn? Help me if I'm wrong. Anyway, getting way off topic because Lisa stuff is a really serious problem, and what do you guys believe? Let's talk about what problems you were seeing there with her. Sorry, I'm dealing with somebody who has problems with their vehicle right now. Do vehicles work without oil? Well, totally without. Okay. Not buying at all what she stated so far. I've kind of thrown everything. She's into the beyond dubious category because she's the statements that she's made. So let's see what else. So Gabe's cell phone. Gabe's cell phone. Yep. She had a cell phone entry in her phone. Suppose I could bring that up. Talk about things on the phone. Watch them emerge. Okay. House is empty. Real estate photos. 2015. Whose house is empty? From 2015. Glenn's? Excuse me. No drone flying. You can't fly drones during COVID? Guys. What guys? Okay, yeah.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes, and just a reminder to ensure that your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Where's the theater person? All the damn security down there. Holy Toledo. Got a few on that. All right. Leases. Yeah, okay. So guys, cell phone, silent patrolman. Let's see the dimensions on the silent patrolman. That's what, was that what they were ending off on? Silent patrolman's problem. Big problem. Big problem. She physically shot guns. She had knowledge of multiple criminal activities being committed. Didn't report them. F-150, big problem. Clarence had good, yeah. Lying about the cop car was being driven and who drove it, how many times. Okay, really good points. Yes, there seems to be a lot of fire parties down there. It's a bit. Villas is something I don't get. Maybe I'm just a Alberta boy, but I don't get it. We like our pit parties and shit here. House parties. Only makes sense if police inform. He's not a police informant. Police informant is scrapped because he can't access cash. That's according to RCMP. So only person that can access cash is white shirt. So he's got to be something else extra special. Not even members can access it at Brinks. He's something. He, she. And right now, that's where I'm coming from. They're all in the same boat, all of them, until they can get out of it, because they are all questionable here. Charges pending, foreknowledge.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Ms. Natu.
Thank you, commissioners. If the witness could be brought back. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Banfield.
Good afternoon.
Over the break, I had two questions come to me from other participants in the room. I just wanted to go back and ask about right now, if that's okay.
Sure.
We talked about the four Tauruses that the perpetrator purchased from Crown Assets back in 2019. I'm just wondering, did he ever have a decommissioned police vehicle prior to that?
No.
So those four vehicles that we talked about earlier were the only decommissioned vehicles that he ever owned, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And then going back to the topic of him building the replica car, to your knowledge, was there anybody else in Portapique who ever helped him build that replica cruiser?
From what he told me, he said that he did it. He put it together.
Okay. So you're not aware of him being aided by anybody else?
Not that I know. That's not what he told me.
Okay. Earlier this week, we heard from Brenda Forbes, and I understand that she is a former neighbor of yours from Portapique.
Yes.
Right? I wanted to put to you a couple of excerpts from Ms. Forbes's testimony, and let me know whether you agree with these descriptions. Okay.
Okay.
She said that you were like the perpetrator's Barbie doll, that he could do anything to you, move you around, whatever. You were his. No, nobody else. He had full control over you. That was what she described observing about your relationship. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I would agree.
And so that's a fair description from your perspective?
Mm-hmm.
She also described the perpetrator as being very possessive, and that if you were having a good time, like if they were out and they were having a little garden party and stuff, and that you were having a good time, that he would grab you and sort of pull you back to his place because he didn't like you having a fun time.
Yes.
Is that,
Yes.
do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Do you recall incidents like that?
Yes.
We heard from Ms. Forbes at some length about some of the things that she witnessed in the community and a report she made to the RCMP in 2013. And I just wanted to bring up a few portions of the foundational document to see whether you agree her description of some things were accurate.
Okay.
So could we have Exhibit 3437? Page 47, please. Yes, paragraph 167. And so this is from the state that Ms. Forbes provided to the RCMP following the mass casualty on April 20th, 2020. And she said that Glenn let me know what was happening. It's spelled Glenn, but I think that's otherwise spelled as Glenn, the perpetrator's uncle. I called the RCMP and they came to my place of work. Sorry, just give me a second here. Don't think this is the passage I'm looking for. Sorry, just a moment. My apologies, Ms. Banfield. I just, I'm looking for a different section, I think possibly of a different document. Just a moment.
No problem.
Apologize. This is something else I was asked at the lunch hour to take you through, and so I'm just want to make sure that we do a respectful job of that. I think we're going to come back to this. I apologize. I just wanted to talk briefly about the perpetrator's health. And to your knowledge, was he ever diagnosed or treated for any mental health condition?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Can you describe his relationship to alcohol?
He was an alcoholic.
And was that something that he was diagnosed, that he had alcohol use disorder, or is that something that he self-diagnosed?
He said that he was an alcoholic.
Did he ever receive treatment for that?
No.
To your knowledge, did he ever use drugs?
No.
Okay. Brenda Forbes this week just said that the perpetrator sometimes got pot off a friend in New Brunswick and would bring it back to the guys in Portapique. Do you know whether or not the perpetrator ever got drugs from Tom Evans and brought them into Portapique?
I have no idea. No, I've never seen that.
Never saw that?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether he ever exchanged sort of money or labor for drugs and other favors in Portapique?
No.
Okay. There's an email in disclosure, and if I try and get a COM number right now, I will probably pull up the wrong document. So we'll start by just putting it to you, where the perpetrator describes to you in an email that he is going to Glenholm to get stoned. Do you know why he would have said that?
He went to Glenholm to get stone, flat stone, like we did flagstone in the backyard. So he was going up there getting stone. So, yeah,
Okay. So to your knowledge, though, the perpetrator didn't use marijuana.
not his thing. No.
Okay. And Glenholm was where he sourced the flagstone
Yes.
for around the properties.
Yes.
Okay. We can come back to it after. Madam Registrar, could we have Exhibit 3478? At page 10, please. Ms. Banfield, this is a statement that, a written statement that I understand you prepared with the assistance of your counsel and then submitted to the commission earlier this spring. If we could scroll down. You make a number of statements here, starting, actually just scroll up a little bit, I just want to highlight a couple of them before I ask you a question. You say that after his 50th birthday, he being the perpetrator, he started complaining about getting old and losing interest in things. He'd say, I had enough living. I would just talk positively and try and make him feel better. And then later on you say he was getting bored with life. He was going through a midlife crisis, especially when talking about retiring and what we would do next. I'll just read these statements to you. Yeah. In the last year, he seemed more distracted and bored. The perpetrator was always doing something, but he just stopped working on anything. You go on to say, the last year he was talking negatively and crazy about knowing what he was going to die, and that he would go out with a bang. I would just block it out as crazy talk, because when he started talking like that, he would just obsess, and it scared me. So I tried to get him focused on something else. Don't talk foolish, I'd say. That's crazy talk. I tried to get him to focus on the positive. I said, you have so much. We have a great life. I loved him and people loved him, but but the last going off, he was just so different. He would tell me that he wasn't afraid of dying. He'd embalmed people, and it didn't faze him. And this time, he told me he knew when he was going to die. I said, no one knows when they're going to die. He said he knew. He was talking crazy, and it scared me. So I just changed the topic. I didn't want to listen to his crazy talk. Then you say, he thought the world was going to end. As extreme as his behavior was in the past, he was doing and saying things that were not even normal for him. And I was afraid I wouldn't be able to calm him down. In that last sentence, Miss Banfield, you wouldn't be able to calm him down. Like, from what?
Like Gabriel was one that would obsess about things, and he would rant and go on and on and on. And when he would talk, crazy talk to me that's not normal, I would try to shut it down, or I'd say, I'm walking away because I'm not listening to it. And then he would say, stop. Sorry, I forgot the question that you just asked me.
No, you said you were afraid you wouldn't be able to calm him down. And I'm just wondering, what?
Because he would just keep ranting and being negative and scaring me. And I didn't want to hear it.
What were you afraid of?
I just didn't know what he would do.
Were you afraid that he would harm himself?
Self, me.
Were you afraid that he would harm others?
Pardon?
Were you afraid that he would harm others?
My family.
You're afraid he would harm your family?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And anyone else? Were you ever afraid he would harm your neighbors in Portapic?
No.
Did you ever hear him utter threats about causing harm to others?
No.
Did you ever hear him musing about, planning some sort of mass casualty event?
No.
Did you know that he was planning to perpetrate a mass casualty?
No.
So by April 18th of 2020, he had acquired an RCMP uniform, a mock RCMP cruiser, a police badge, and amassed a stockpile of gas, money, and firearms. What did you think he was planning for?
He was just becoming really paranoid with the COVID. So he would listen to the news from morning to night. He would talk about the world's going to end. He would obsess about this kind of stuff, that he needed to protect what we had. And again, in my mind, he's talking crazy. So I was just passing it off because I didn't want to listen to what he was saying.
I want to ask you a couple questions now about the night of April 18th. These are questions that were provided to the commission by other participants. And as we explained on Wednesday, that they build on top of all the information we already have about those nights. So I'm just going to ask them to one at a time. After you left the warehouse property on April 18th, did you hear any gunshots?
Like when he had me in the car and I got out of the car?
I think that it's after you left the warehouse. So I would read this question to mean that after you escaped the warehouse and hid in the woods.
Sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. I'll take the liberty of rephrasing it. But after you left the warehouse and hid in the woods that night, did you hear gunshots?
Yes.
And how frequently?
It was a lot. I couldn't tell you how many times I heard shots.
And was that continuously?
No, there was breaks in between. But he told me that he was going to burn the warehouse, and we had fireworks in the warehouse, so I didn't know if it's fireworks or if it's gunshots, but I could hear shots going off, and then there'd be nothing, and then shots again, and then nothing, then shots.
You were at you described to us at least 3 different locations after having escaped the warehouse that night. One in the work truck, one in the divot, and then eventually one inside the tree trunk. Do you recall in which of these 3 locations you were located when you heard the gunshots going off?
when I went on whatever property, when I cut through by the blue cottage and I crossed the street, I went through that woods and I seen a truck, and it seemed like it was on grass because it was softer on my feet. And I went in the back passenger side. I checked the door and it opened, so I went inside the vehicle to get warm. And I'm feeling around for something warm, but all I could feel was tools. And the dome light came on, and I'm trying to cover the light because I'm thinking if he sees this light, he's going to come find me. So then I seen this fluorescent kind of thing in the vehicle, and I thought, I can't put that on because then he'll definitely find me. So then I thought, well, what if he comes and he burns this truck? So I thought, I got to get out of here. So I got out, and then I went.
Sorry, Ms. Banfield, I just want to stop you there. When you were in the truck, at any point in what you just described to us, did you hear gunshots at that time?
No.
Okay. So you were saying then you got out, and I understand that you next sort of hid in a divot of sorts?
As soon as I got out of the truck, might have been, I don't know, from here to maybe that speaker, and I started running through the woods, but then they were whacking me like with the branches. So then I dropped to my knees and I'm crawling. And then all of a sudden I heard gunshots and there was a divot, and I went down into the divot and I heard gunshots and it seemed like it was getting closer. So then I just kept crawling.
Okay, so that was the first moment following your escape from the warehouse that you started to hear gunshots. Okay. Can you tell us the general direction that they were coming from? That noise was-
Behind me. I don't know what to tell you. Like wherever that truck was, I don't know whose truck it was, but whatever truck that was, it was behind.
Was it closer to the truck or closer to the warehouse? I know they were both behind you, but I'm just wondering if you were able to sort of differentiate between distance.
I don't know. It just seemed like it was close to wherever that truck was that I heard shots.
I understand you had crossed the road, Orchard
Yeah.
Beach Drive.
Yes.
Did the shots sound like they were coming from the warehouse side of Orchard Beach Drive or the side you were on at that point in time?
The side that I was on at that point.
Can you tell us anything else about those gunshots?
I just heard a couple shots and then it sounded like it was getting closer. So I was just crawling as far as away from the shots that I could hear in the background.
And I understand you continued deeper into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Did you continue to hear gunshots?
I think so. I think so.
And when you eventually reached the place where you stopped for a while, the tree trunk, did you continue to hear gunshots there?
Yeah.
Okay. And what general direction were they coming from?
From where I crawled.
And did it sound as though they were getting either closer or farther away in any way?
I don't think they sounded like they were getting closer to me where once I was in the tree trunk thing, but I could hear them in that distance.
So you continued to hear them in the distance? Okay. Did you notice any other sounds during the night?
When I was laying there, like I'm thinking, why are, like I thought, if I can hear like ambulances or trucks or fire trucks, like then I can come out and ask for help. And I wasn't hearing anything. And I'm thinking, how can people not see things are on fire? And then all of a sudden I hear this sound and I look, and behind me, I see this house go up in flames. I can see it through the woods. And then all of a sudden I hear two guys and they're freaking out, and I was going to yell to them because I could hear them, but I was scared if I yelled out that if he was around that he would hear me. So I didn't want to yell out. So I thought if I can just get to these guys. So I looked around because my back was sore. So I found a stick and I propped myself up and I started walking in the direction where I could hear the two guys talking or freaking out. And as I'm getting closer, the stick broke, so I dropped to my knees and there was another log, and I thought, I don't have it in me to crawl over this and try to prop myself up again. And then I heard It was like, hey boys or something. And bang, bang. And then there was nothing. And then I just crawled back to the log and just hid there. And then I'm thinking, obviously that was him because there was nothing. And then I'm thinking, should I go see if they're okay? But I was so scared that I didn't want to move. And then I'm looking and I'm thinking, am I hallucinating? Because I could see the shadow of somebody like with a short gun, like a rifle kind of gun. But I'm thinking, is my mind playing tricks on me? So I'm trying to listen to see if I can hear any footprints of anybody walking, but I couldn't hear anything, so I didn't know if I was hallucinating or not. So then I just pulled my face into my shirt because I thought if I'm breathing, if he's there, he's going to see my back. So I just held my face into my shirt. And then there was nothing. And then time went on, and then I could hear, like, it sounded like a horn, like a blowhorn kind of thing, saying Colchester Police or something in that distance where those bullets were coming from. Not where the guys were, but where I crawled from. And they only said it one time, and I thought, oh, I'll go to them, but then they only said it one time, and I thought, well, maybe that's him. So I stayed where I was. And then I heard this, like, whistling, like a weird, like, it was a weird kind of whistle that I've never heard before. And I didn't know if he was there and he's trying to taunt me or I was just scared. And then at one point I seen this truck. It looked like a wide, long, vehicle, wide vehicle. And it was like zooming in and zooming out. And it's like, I didn't know if that was him. And then I'm thinking, well, what if it's help? And at one point I went to get up and I thought, oh, what if it's him? So then I went back down and I just laid there. And then this vehicle where I seen the fire and the two guys, where I heard the two guys, this vehicle kept racing down, back and forth. And I didn't know if that was him or if it was help. So I just stayed there and I thought if I can just stay till the morning and then I can see my bearings, like where I'm at. Sorry.
You want to take a breath? You described voices of people freaking out.
Pardon?
You a moment ago, you said you heard voices of people freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to hear any words?
Just what the F is going on, that kind of stuff.
Well, swearing.
Mm-hmm.
And swearing as though it was reacting to the environment?
Mm-hmm. To the fire.
Okay. And then those voices ended.
I could hear them freaking out, and then I heard, hey, boys, and then bang, bang, and then there was nothing.
Okay. At any point in the night, did you hear the ERT team calling or looking for Clinton Ellison?
No.
In the morning when you left your hiding place in the woods, did you come out on Old Orchard Beach Drive?
Yes.
And did you go to any house before you arrived at Leanne Jodry's house?
No.
Are all the questions I've received from participants about the events of the mass casualty. Ms. Banfield, I want to talk to you about what you know about the perpetrator's relationship with the victims of the mass casualty. Throughout the Commission's investigation, which of course builds on the previous investigation done by the RCMP, we have learned that a number of victims of the mass casualty had links to the perpetrator, either as friends or as neighbors or as professional colleagues, but there's some tie. And so I just want to walk through and ask you what you know about those individuals and the perpetrator's relationship to them, okay? So I'm going to start with the individuals in Portapic, and just for the sake of clarity, I'm going to ask that a couple maps get brought up on the screen so we can be very clear sort of which individuals and which house we're talking about, okay? So Madam Registrar, can I have Exhibit 3, page 41? you make that just a bit bigger, please? Ms. Banfield, so this is again an aerial shot of Portapic that was taken and acquired by the commission. And on the upper half of the photograph is the old location of the warehouse. And then there are two homes across the street. So the first victims I'd like to ask you about were Greg and Jamie Blair. They lived across the street from the warehouse in Portapic. Did you know the Blairs?
No.
Were you familiar with their house?
Yes.
Did you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with them?
No.
Can you think of any reason that he may have targeted them that night?
I have no idea.
Is it possible that he had gone to their home looking for you?
That's what I just think, this is what haunts me, is because I feel like he was targeting me and my family. And if I didn't get out of that car, I often think, would any of those people have died? So that's something that haunts me all the time, because I feel that they weren't targeted, that he was looking for me in the beginning.
Okay. Next door to the Blairs in Portapic was Lisa McCulley's home. Did you know Ms. McCulley?
Yes.
And did you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with her?
No.
And can you think of any reason that she may have been targeted that night?
I have no idea.
You weren't aware of any grievance between them?
Not that I know of, no.
Perhaps we could scroll down to page 45, Madam Registrar. Oh, 49. Apologize, I misspoke. And so the red dot on this is Orchard Beach Drive, where the green arrow is. And the red dot is the home, the blue house on that road. And it belonged to Don and Frank Glenchen, who were retirees from Ontario. Did you know the Glenchens?
I only knew Frank from what he had told me, that this is Frank, and I would always comment on how nice his house was. And anytime I went for walks, if he was out, I'd just always wave, but I never had an interaction talking with him.
And so when you said you knew, because he would say this is Frank, you mean when the perpetrator would say
Yes.
this is Frank?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of any grievance or conflict between the Glenchens and the
No.
perpetrator?
No.
Can you think of any reason that they may have been targeted by the perpetrator that night?
Yeah.
So next is, if we could scroll up to figure 9 on page 34, please. A bit further down, please. Okay, so that the green dot on this map, this Banfield, is the home of the Joanne Thomas and John Zoll, and they lived in the house where Brenda Forbes had previously resided. Did you know Ms. Thomas and Mr. Zoll?
No. I never met her, and I would only see him driving back and forth, and if G was outside of our property, Mr. Hall would stop and talk with him, but I would just see him that way, but I never talked to him or had any kind of conversation with him, and I never met his wife.
Do you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with them?
No, he seemed to like them.
Is it possible that he would have gone down to Cobequid, or to the end of Portapic Beach Drive that night looking for you. Can you think of any other reason that he would have targeted the Zolls?
No.
The next victim is Corey Ellison, who is the son of Richard Ellison. Okay, and I understand that he lived in Portapique for a little while when he was younger. Did you know Corey?
I didn't know Corey, but I knew Richard and his brother Dave.
And do you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with Corey Ellison?
No.
Did you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with his father, Richard?
Yes, with Richard, because Richard, when we first moved there, Richard would come over and have drinks with Allison Sutherland in the very beginning when we had the cottage. But then at one point, Richard and Gabriel, G, were combative over, I think it was guns, or it was over something. I can't remember, but there was some kind of, angst towards Richard.
But you don't know of any angst with Corey?
No.
Next, I'm going to move on to Aaron Tuck, Emily Tuck, and Jolene Oliver. And I have questions from the commission as well as questions from their counsel. So they lived on Cobequid Court. Do you know where that was in the community?
Now I do, yes.
Okay. Was it on your walking route, your daily walking route?
They were on the main drag of Old Orchard Beach Road, or one of the side roads, I think.
It's towards the bottom. I could bring up a map if that would help. Okay. I did actually have this written down last night, but it doesn't seem to be on my page right now. I apologize. Let me start simply by asking, while we find the reference, had you ever spoken with Aaron Tuck?
No.
What about Jolene, his wife?
No.
Their teenage daughter, Emily Tuck?
No.
Just a moment. I think these next questions would be better if we have Cobequid Court on the screen. We're back at Exhibit 3, Madam Registrar, page 21. You could scroll down a bit further. Yeah. So the two yellow lines, Ms. Banfield, at the bottom of the community. Can you see that? So that's Cobequid Court.
Okay.
Does that help you confirm the location we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And so having now been reminded of the exact location of Cobequid Court, are you sure you didn't know the Tuck Oliver family?
I never knew the Tuck Oliver family.
Okay. Did you know where they lived on Cobequid Court?
No.
Is it possible that the perpetrator went down there on the night of April 18th looking for you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Can you think of any reason he might have had to think you might go there?
No.
Can you offer any explanation for why he may have targeted Aaron Tuck and his family?
I have no idea, because I never knew them. And he never talked. The only thing he talked about the Tucks was, I thought it was an old person that was in his 70s or something. That's what he told me. That this, he said it was, I think maybe he said his name is Oliver, but I thought he was a 70 or 80-year-old man and he was sick because at one point he said that there was an ambulance down there because he took a heart attack or something. I don't know. That's just what I heard. But I assumed it was an old person that lived in this place that he said that he wanted to buy. But I didn't know 3 people lived there, or I didn't know them.
I think you just said that he, being the perpetrator, it was a place he wanted to buy.
He told me at one point he wanted to buy the Tuck's place and that the old guy could live there, but that he would own it. But they didn't want to sell.
Okay, so you understand that at some point in time, the perpetrator made an effort to buy the Tuck's property for them.
That's what he told me.
Okay, and do you know anything more about why that transaction fell apart? Why he never bought the property?
What he told me was that they wanted a certain number and he wasn't willing to give them that number that he wanted. So he never got it.
Are you aware of any other history or conversations between the perpetrator and the Tucks?
No.
So, also remaining on Caucus Court, the next family was that of, or the next victims were Joy and Peter Bond. And they also lived on Caucus Court near the Tucks. Did you know either of them?
I only met them one time. G and I were at the warehouse and a truck pulled in and I was like, who are these people? And he had said the Bonds, and I think she brought a dessert or she brought something to him, and she and her husband came out and said that G has helped them with their property or so many times or whatever, and she gave him a hug. And they seemed like really nice people, and they might have been there 5 minutes and then they left, and that was the only time I've ever met them or seen them.
Do you know anything more about the perpetrator's relationship with them?
No.
Did he tell you anything more after they left that day?
No.
And you said that she mentioned he had helped them with their property a bunch of times. Okay. Do you know if he was interested in purchasing that property?
He never ever told me if he did. No.
Do you have any reason to think that the perpetrator may have gone down to their house looking for you on the night of April 18th?
I don't know. But he seemed to really like them, so like he liked everybody, so.
Okay. Are there any residents of Portapique who were not killed during the mass casualty who the perpetrator did have a conflict with?
Leon, that he had conflict with. I would just probably say Leon, maybe. Like, I didn't know all of them around. I would just wave. I didn't have any interaction with them down there.
And when you say Leon, you're referring to Leon Chaudhry. So overnight on April 18th and into the morning of April 19th, the perpetrator drove up to the home of Alana Jenkins and Sean McLeod. I have some questions for you, including some questions from Sean McLeod's family. Alana and Sean lived on Hunter Road. Did you know them? Did you know
Only
Alana?
from what he told me.
Did you know Sean and Alana?
Yes.
Okay. Had you met them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with them?
He seemed to really like them, and we would socialize with them. They would come to our cottage and have drinks, and they seemed really nice.
And do you know? I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, he seemed to have a good relationship with both of them.
Do you know how the perpetrator knew them? They lived a fair distance from you.
I never really asked, to be honest. I remember being there and they showed up. And again, I was like, who are these people? And he introduced me to them and they were really nice. And then they came around more and then I got to know them like that. But he never told me how he got to know them or meet them or anything.
Okay. How frequently did you socialize with the couple?
Probably half a dozen times, maybe,
And was that in the year immediately before the mass casualty, or was that over a number of years?
over a number of years.
Do you recall the first time you met them?
No,
Did you socialize with them at all over Christmas or New Year's in December of 2019? The sort of winter holiday.
no, no. But when it was G's 50th, I had invited them to come to the party. And I remember Sean saying that they were having a party at the same time, so they couldn't. So I had asked him, because he worked on a fisherman truck or fisherman boat. And I asked him if he could get me some lobsters. So we met up on the highway so I could get the lobsters for the party.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall if that was the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Your recollection is that's the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Did you ever visit them at their home?
I never did. G did.
Okay. And what do you know about those visits, the perpetrator's visits to them?
I would be in Dartmouth and he would email me saying he's going out on his bike and he's going to go see Alana and Sean.
Okay, so you'd be in Dartmouth, he'd be up in Portapique, and he'd tell you, how would he tell you?
Through an email, or once I got up to the cottage, he'd say he went out on his bike and he went to see them at their residence.
Okay. Did you or the perpetrator see Alana Jenkins or Sean McLeod in the 48 hours preceding April 19th, 2020?
No.
All right. When was the last time, do you know the last time the perpetrator would have seen them?
I don't know.
Can you think of any explanation for why the perpetrator appears to have targeted Alana Jenkins and Sean McLeod?
I have no idea, because again, he always seemed to like them. He would visit them, like I said, when I would be in Dartmouth, he would visit them more than once. Like he would tell me when he would be going up to visit them and when they were at the cottage when I wasn't there. So he seemed to really like them.
Did he ever compare you to Alana?
No,
Or no, he never said anything to suggest that he wished you'd be more outdoorsy or that you would ride a motorcycle or go hunting or anything?
no,
Did you ever hear the perpetrator making threats to or about Sean McLeod?
never.
Are you aware of any history between the perpetrator and Sean, including any grievances the perpetrator had against Sean?
No,
Did Sean and Alana ever advise you to leave the perpetrator?
no.
I think I've asked you this, but I'm going to ask you again. Can you think of any other reason he would have made that drive up to their home on April 19th?
No.
Okay. Next victims are Adam and Carol Fisher. Did you know the Fishers?
Sorry?
Sorry, we're leaving Hunter Road. And I've jumped ahead. The next victim is Tom Bagley. And I'm going to come back to the names of the individuals with whom the commission has not identified any connection or link, and ask you about them at the end.
Okay.
I understand that the perpetrator did know the Fishers. Did you know Adam and Carol Fisher?
No.
You never, I understand they ran a drainage company in Glenholm?
I don't
No,
know.
it's not ringing a bell right now?
No.
Did you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with the Fishers?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get my bearings. Yes, I met the Fishers one time, more than once, twice. They had came to the cottage again. I think they were on their motorbikes, and Again, I said, who are these people? Because he was out talking to them and I was inside the cottage. And I came out, he introduced them. We talked for a few minutes and then I went in the house. He stayed out and talked to them and then they left. And then we were going on the drive one time and he took me to this place with the long driveway, the house sort of up on a hill. And he was building a pond and he was showing G the garage that he was building. And they seemed really nice. He seemed to really like them again. We might have been there. We were outside the whole time as he's showing all around his garage. We might have been there, I'd say half hour, 45 minutes, and then we left.
Do you know anything more about the perpetrator's relationship with them?
No,
Do you know whether they had knowledge of the Replica cruiser?
no idea.
Can you think of any reason the perpetrator would have gone to the Fisher's house on
No.
April 19th?
No.
And finally, I want to ask you about Gina Goulet. I understand she was a denturist who knew the perpetrator through conferences and other professional events. Did you know Gina?
Yes.
And do you know anything about the perpetrator's relationship with her?
I only know that she was a denturist, and before I first met her, he would talk about Gina and Maureen, the register person of the Denture Society, and how he didn't like them. And then I would go to denturist meetings, like if it was in Cape Breton or wherever they were, I would go and all the denturists would be there. And her and I had a rapport and she seemed really nice to me and we got along, and she was doing some kind of diet kind of thing. So I got on that with her. So she was, showing me all that kind of stuff, and her and I became somewhat close. And he seemed to like that we were becoming close. And then at one point before COVID, when he wanted to retire, because throughout the years he'd say, let's retire, but then years would go by and he'd get his mojo back and he'd want to keep working because he was making good money. But then he would say again, he wants to retire. And at this point he was like talking to Gina and approaching her to see if she wanted to work for him so that he wouldn't have to work and I would do all the lab work and she would be the one inserting the dentures so he could stay at the cottage in the warehouse. And then COVID hit, and then that was it.
Nothing happened after that.
No.
Are you aware of any friction or conflict between the perpetrator and Ms. Goulet?
Only, like I said, when I was first in, or before I met her, he would go on about how he didn't like her and Maureen.
And who is Maureen?
She's the register person for the Denture Society.
Okay, so Ms. Goulet and Maureen were both involved in running the Denture Society, is that
They
correct?
were pretty close, it seemed, and they would somewhat put him in his place, and he didn't like that. So I think that's why he had his angst towards them. I don't know.
Okay. Can you think of any reason that the perpetrator may have targeted Ms. Goulet on April 19th?
No.
The other victims of the mass casualty do not appear from the information available to the Commission to have had any links to the perpetrator. But I just want to read you their names to confirm that you don't know anything about any possible relationship.
Okay.
So Tom Bagley,
No.
Lillian Campbell,
No.
Heather O'Brien,
No.
Kristen Beaton,
No.
Constable Chad Morrison,
No.
Constable Heidi Stevenson,
No.
Joey Weber.
No.
So Ms. Banfield, I want to move on now to talking a little bit about the impact the mass casualty has had on you. Starting with physical injuries. Can you describe physical injuries that you sustained? Did you sustain any physical injuries during the mass casualty and have they healed, or are any of them chronic?
I had back issues. I have a scar on my left hand from where I ripped the handcuff off my hand. Are you just talking physical?
I mean, we could start with that.
Yeah.
And you don't have to share if you don't want to. If you want to talk about other harms, other impacts on you. And again, you can decline. Okay. I've been asked to mark an expert's report as an exhibit. Your counsel, Mr. Lockyer, has asked me to introduce this into evidence. And so, Madam Registrar, could we have COM 55698?
I believe that's the wrong COM number.
My dyslexia always gets the better of me. 55698, is that what I said? Appropriate tension breaking as I try and get my numbers correct. Thanks for whoever played that. Madam Registrar, it's 58792.
And that'll be marked Exhibit 3531.
Thank you. Ms. Banfield, this is a psychological assessment conducted by Dr. Peter Jaffe on January 10th, 2022. It says here that Dr. Jaffe is the Director Emeritus of the Center for Research and Education on Violence Against Women and Children at Western University. And then it also says that he's done more than 40 years of research and clinical work with victims of abuse and has a particular expertise in risk assessments, safety planning, and risk management strategies. I understand he's also a founding member of Ontario's Domestic Violence Death Review Committee. And so, as I say, Mr. Lockyer has provided a copy of this report to the Commission and asked that I table it today. I take it you met with Dr. Jaffe at some point?
Through Zoom, yes.
Okay. It's a long report and it delves into many things, and I don't propose to exhaustively cover it with you. I just wanted to put a couple things to you. Madam Registrar, page 19, please. Let's scroll down a touch. Yeah. Here, Dr. Jaffe is describing in his report a number of things you've reported to him. And one of them is that since the mass casualty, you no longer feel safe walking down the street. Just wondering if that's still true today.
Somewhat, yes.
And why is that?
Because all what's out there, I feel like somebody could attack me or come at me and my family, so I'm just nervous.
Okay. At page 23 of his report, and you can scroll down or I can just read aloud, that Dr. Jaffe talks about something called a fawn response to trauma, which he describes as sort of people pleasing to the extent that a person disconnects from their own emotions, from their own somatic experiences, and from their own needs. And that this fawning behavior sometimes includes the belief that you can love someone out of abusing you. Just want to know if that observation resonates with you.
If it what, sorry?
It resonates with you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you see yourself reflected in that observation?
Yes.
Following the mass casualty, I just want to know what supports and services were made available to you and your family.
We had a lot of people that reached out to us, and Red Cross in the beginning and the women's advocacy groups. I had Lisa Richardson from mental health and Shireen Singer, who I'm currently still with. Lots of people that I don't know have reached out and supported me until I got the charges, and then it stopped.
And so in terms of supports that may have been missing for you, are you able to articulate anything? And I ask that with an eye to the Commission's mandate to examine post-incident supports available to those most affected.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Were there supports you needed but did not have available to you?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me a couple examples?
For instance, if it wasn't for my family, I don't know where I would be living, what I would be doing. And it's hard for me to say this because I know I'm here and my family's here, and there's so many people that aren't here. So I don't want to complain about what I don't have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Banfield.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, those are my questions for the witness today. I was asked at the break, in fairness, to ask her some questions about one of the earlier incidents in Portapic, but I think it would be best if I came back and did that after caucus with council, just so I can be slightly more organized and do those questions justice on behalf of the council who has asked me to put them to the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natu. And thank you, Ms. Banfield, for your evidence so far. The process we're going to follow now is that we will break, and counsel for the commission will meet with various lawyers for the participants and determine what further questions would be asked of you. Okay. So we'll break. Ms. Natu, I'm thinking maybe it's very difficult, Ms. Banfield, to know how long it will take.
Sure.
But I will say a half an hour, and then maybe it may be longer than that. It'll be at least a half an hour, I would think. And just so everybody can have a break as well, so rather than having the caucus begin right away, what we will say is this is for the benefit of the various council. Let's break for 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes time, the caucus will begin. So thank you. And so we'll be back in 30 minutes or perhaps later. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 30 minutes.
Okay, so they're going to go and have a private meeting first. What the fuck? Okay, if this is not clearly demonstrated that this is 100% corrupt, they're going to go off and meet before they're going to go and meet with the lawyers. What the fuck? The lawyer, Leaf lawyer there, you know, I have to be specific. The Leaf, apparently for the people, right? not Stanton and, not because everybody's leave. What does she have to learn how to read the question? I think we should take a break now. What does she not know how to read? She knows the question. Just read the fucking question. It's not that hard. No, we need a break. Then they've got to go have a private meeting. A private meeting. Oh, there is a judgment coming from on high. It's not in our realm. People are going to, weeping and gnashing of teeth will be coming for many people. You guys are sick. There she is. She's crying about how that they're asking her about the fucking therapy. I don't want to drone on about therapy because it's not. But and I know of two now. At least two. At least two. And no, I know more. Have to fight for the therapy. Tara only got one session. Certain people got tons. Villa's got a lot. They had their own little doodah set up right away for them. Villa's very separate, very special, private. How's that come to pass? But then if you're on the I have questions list or whatever, because there's other people who have questions, they get screwed. And yet, Lisa's whole fucking family is getting victim services. Get out of here. In the case of Lillian's husband, he didn't even know. According to the questionnaire, I've never spoken to him. He didn't even know. The mass casualty sent out a questionnaire to him. I've never understood that. There's no family meeting for him. Sent out a questionnaire. And on one of the questions was the victim services. And he's like, I can't remember his exact, I should, because it has to be quoted in totality. But that was the impression I got. He's like, well, I don't really know, or maybe some, I might have been informed once or something about something. And yet, here we go with Larkin, whoever he is, over in the RCMP. Skippy's got to go through Larkin, who's got to go through Maureen, who's got to go to, because it's all handlers. Maureen's a handler. Literally. Gatekeeping handler. Making the decisions. This is not logical. None of this is fucking logical. And requesting victim services for everybody. Adult children, other people in the family, Maureen's kids. Maureen, I think. Janice, I don't know about Janice's kids. And other people in the family. And Lisa, of course. All get therapy. April 23rd. People are still waiting. April 23rd. What day is that? It's the 19th, Sunday. I think we've got everybody ID'd now by the 23rd, but I mean, just barely. And yet, can I have victim services? Yeah, no, for everybody in my family. What? Is Phil McCarran here? I don't know who Phil McCarran is. Hello, Steve. I saw you had a couple of interesting comments, and I'm forgetting them, which I'm sorry. I've been trying to deal with this other situation too. Maureen's caregiver? No, I think she's a fucking handler, man. This is spooky shit. She is like, for all intents and purposes, is her handler, but I get the gist, like the feeling that she's more than just that. She is like handler. She did say, said all stop after the charges. That is total BS. There was a few things in there, and I again, I'll have to go back now and listen. But how about the Fishers? I thought in the Fishers answer, he said he'd only been down there one time. Is that correct? And the warehouse was complete, and he was showing them the toys and all the toys. Well, how is it that Lisa's saying that, oh, he was down there and was building it? God is doing some interesting things. And well, that's the way it works. But I like to just be able to give my 100% attention. Fucking manipulating victims and and everybody. For who? Who? Why this person is so special? Kids' gloves. You literally will decimate families sitting right in front of you. You will be rude. You will kick them out. Do you think he's going to ever say to like McDonald, we need decorum? No. Do you think he's going to shut, because he shuts families down? Multiple. Is he gonna do that with Lisa? Is he going to be like, you know what? You answer the question. How about that? You answer the question. That would be equal. No, he's not going to do that. Instead, it's everybody giving tissues and having a pissy pot. She's sitting up there with family. How about you have the family? How about the meeting with the families? Want to do that one? By yourself? Where's the apologies? No, I'm sorry, I wish I could have let you know all before earlier. No, nothing. Denying that she knows people. Will Leon testify? You can take from the lack of answer, maybe, the answer. Sometimes a non-answer is an answer. Any photos? No. No, of course not. No photos of abuse. No dates, no anything, except you got a shit-ass Brenda dumpster fire story. Witnesses who are supposedly not her hearsay garbage, the ones that supposedly saw it. You don't have anything. Guest list from how abused and controlled is somebody if they're not inviting the people to the party. She leaves town. She decides, pause, period. She doesn't invite neighbors to the party. Neighbors that he's friends with. No. Oh. That would piss an abuser off. I'm thinking. No, not a problem. She doesn't get along with people, funnily enough. That's what I keep reading. She doesn't get along with people. You know what I read? I read people who I really shouldn't be reading. It's just absolutely mind-boggling. I'm stuck in this, and I don't know if anybody else is, because I'm sure some of you have read some of these things too. I'm really stuck in this position of, why are some of these people saying these nice things, these really glowing words about somebody who murdered somebody in their family? I find that it doesn't work. That's a problem. I don't find the same thing about Lisa. Oh, there are going to be lawsuits all over the place. And she opened, I think, once again, like Brenda, I think she may have opened herself up. She admitted culpability here in certain components. Knowledge, foreknowledge, didn't do anything. I'll just read the comment. Why isn't opinion Leon being brought to testify, since he was seen with her with no visible injuries? Why are there no also where are the pictures? Oh, well, they're in the Indo bin with Branda's. So, you know, I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that they spent very easily over $100 million coming up with this cockamamie scheme that they've been working on since this all went down. Literally, since it went down. Go back and watch all of the early stuff, very early stuff. They're all telling people, well, I don't think we're going to have an answer to this one. What people will never know. Nobody, that's illogical. I was reading an interview last night, and the cop literally said, I don't think we'll ever know. A cop isn't going to say that in the real world. He's going to say, we're going to try and solve this one, or we're going to try and figure that out to a family. I don't think we'll ever know. Period. No, that's not what they would say. They would say, we're going to try our best to figure out what happened for you. Why would you sow these constant seeds of doubt? McNeil's out there. Fuzzy Furry is out there. Brah is out there. The RCMP at the high levels. Oh, well, we probably never. We have an ongoing investigation, but we'll probably never know. But here's a psychological autopsy for you. Hope that does you well. Right. Okay. Dogs. My dogs. So why is it that her family's so special? This is so beyond the pale. It's absolutely absurd. I'm still stuck. 6:30. If we believe the 6:30, I'm still stuck there. You haven't eliminated yourself as a suspect. First and foremost, you were missing. You had the time to participate possibly in some of these things. You have motive. Some of these people she didn't like animals. So you have the means, access to weapons. Yeah. So you're a suspect. Sorry. And that's the way I just come at it. That everybody's a suspect basically until you get cleared. And if that hurts people's feelings, I don't even want to go to that territory because that's the swamp that they want people to get lost in, the emotional garbage. Everybody would be a suspect. And I think families could, it would be really upsetting to go through that, but that's the way it's always been done. In this case, families would be the same way. Yeah, sure. I get it because I'm not involved. So that's not going to be a hard one for me. Let's just get that out of the way. No, instead, you're going to treat somebody with kid gloves who is a suspect still to this day. Steve. Who's Steve? Sorry, okay. Anyone who doesn't like animals is shady? No, I'm not saying that. She specifically disliked Lisa McCulley's dog. Specifically. Dislike is not the word. Sorry. Who doesn't like animals? I should use the word hate, which is fairly strong language. Hate. And it was known by a lot of people that she didn't like animals. Anybody's, of course, entitled to their opinion. Doesn't mean that you're capable of anything. But it's motive, once again, partially. Maybe I should read a couple of these statements that really shed some different light on stuff. I mean, I'm still weighing them because I'm like, this is just not correlating in my head. I mean, they aren't new things, but there are some newer theories I've not that I'm entertaining, different ones. Animals are lovable, but certain people don't like animals, and that's cool. But it doesn't. I don't think most people who hate animals. Hate is the word. Hate animals. It probably is, more of a private thing. I mean, they say they want to bring that evidence out, right? Oh, well, anybody who hates animals is so much more likely to be a serial killer. Okay. Anybody here? Such soft questions, I guess that's why they last longer. Yeah. Let's see what a kind of timer we got on this shit. The animals is a kitty cat rolling. I didn't say that she wanted to hurt animals. I just said that hate was the word that's been bantered around. I thought it would be over very quickly too. I think they're really having, and that's what I'm hearing. They're really having a struggle. They are kind of asking a couple of things, so hello. Okay, if I move, I know you're going to run away. I didn't even move. She's so skittish. What are you doing? Is it just because you're playing? Hello. Oh, yes, you're playing. Oh, my gosh. Need to go for a walk. Nova. Where are the running shoes? Where are the knock knocks. I said that was a good question. Somebody put today. Where is this? Doesn't seem to be any. How are families doing? Must really be a tough day. Nova needs to go for a walk. Maybe I should go. Maybe we should take like a 5-minute break, since these clowns are having their private meeting so that they can come back. A caucus before the caucus, before you can ask questions. Leaf. What the fuck? This is such a sham. But it's the level of corruption, the depravity, the filthiness. And whatever horrendousness they're burying underneath this one. Man, I'm not going into, crazy town. Just supportive stuff. Yeah, it's easy 100 million. Easy. Logs in cells. Or it pissed me off when she said, we're making up conspiracy theories and she doesn't have to be traumatized again. She has not eliminated herself as a suspect from just an investigative police standpoint. And that's not conspiracy. That's people like Ivani said that. And I certainly know members who have. Suspect, logic, Poirot. Just eliminate. Oh no, it's like the fucking circles, man. One day maybe it'll all come to light. The fucking glow, man, in the background in this one is fucking absurd. Were hands ever tested gun residue? Who knows? Larry Tremblay and Wortman were smuggling things. Possible. Who knows? Again, I'm just trying to stick with mostly with evidence. Yes, I have some opinions on things, and I try to let those be known. But Tremblay, apparently the visits. And if you taint your mouth with me on reliability, then errors can be made, but they are waiting for outbursts just to shut it down. Yeah. They want the paper. They want that to stop. They want you to stop. You, literally you. The Discord. Me. They want us to go away. Because every time they feed us paper, it's just more we're going to sift through. And they've tried to bore us to death. That's part of it. Sow their seeds. Get people lost in their swamp. Because the discussions doesn't just become the endless echo chamber of why are they doing this? And I can't understand. Then you actually start to have disputes about what they're talking about, which is totally unrelated and garbage. It's good for another place, possibly. But that's more time, takes you away from asking questions. Which is why I think I'm going to rethink this one. They want to continue down this road. Fine. I'll just stick you on mute. You guys can watch, because I know you do. As in, Glow, MCC, all that goo over there. You guys can watch yourselves on screen just doing you can watch that, and then you can watch people who really do work. Well, hopefully one day you'll actually feel an ounce of shame. It won't be self-induced either. It's going to be people will be like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? We don't want to serve you anymore. We don't want you in our community. Get out. You screwed us all. You screwed people, good people. Yeah, I would think that that's true. Neuro-linguistic programming. Interesting. Hello, D2. Is it the 23? It is the 23. And anybody who doesn't say 23 is an immediate red flag because the families have asked for that. I think that's a pretty easy one, isn't it? It's just a number. It's true. I mean, there's 23 victims, but that's what they've requested. Even if you don't believe or whatever, that's what somebodies, a lot of them who are going through a lot of stuff have said. Please, can you at least give us that? Can you honor our wishes? No. So if they're going to say 22, you know that there's something wrong. They want to stick with that. They all know it. They all know it. They all know about you, by the way. You know, all the media know about you. They know about this, most certainly. Never try, never ask. They're not like, hey, what do you guys know? What could you share? Seems logical. Hell, if I'm a journalist and I probably didn't want to do a lot of footwork, I'd probably talk to the people who might know a little bit more. No, not people. Slanderous. Seen that. Subtle, underhanded garbage directed at certain people. Fuck you, man. Is that going to dissuade anybody? Oh, my feelings are hurt. You go sit on the fucking tissue box stage there with your pissy pant friends. People will do work. Fitch is taunting the crowd in her opening statement, in my opinion. Says Julia. There's a scar from the handcuffs. Wouldn't that mean that she's bleeding? Why did they never show the tree? If the tree doesn't fit, quit. Or if the tree fits, whatever. I'll leave that with sad. I believe it was Sad's joke. Very good joke. Sorry, my head is just, I've got a lot of things going on right now. Why is it hard to acknowledge Kristen's baby? Not hard. Easy. 23, very simple. That's what families, Jamie's family, that one's just easy. 23. Would you ever tell somebody who was in grieving, no, sorry, you're wrong, fuck off. Over and 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 over, and read it in the media constantly, day in and day out. See it all over the place. Titles, whatever. I ate my support chips. Call someone, Glenn. I need to restock. Go through. Give me the measurements. Silent patrolman. Give it. 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. I know how big that is. How about we do the same thing with the actual and have her just do a little dive through? That's okay. I don't think it's going to make her shit her pants, is it? She can have her support people there. Just don't be pulling her through it. And if she can go through it, then there you go. we'll all be like, oh, okay, yeah, see, it's very easy to get out. Oops, sorry. Again, that's just the police. What would the police do? The same thing. They'd hurt people's feelings. They always do when innocent people get suspicion cast their way. Everyone is on their best behavior. It is really amazing. It is. You know, I hope they come out. Phone records must be brought up. No mentions of hypothermia. Still don't believe she could get through. Can we ask for Lisa's measurements? That's a good question. I think you're going to have to guesstimate, but you can use her body size, right? Roughly. But I think if you lay it out, probably like have some kind of, if they were to give the measurements, let's say, if you were to, construct something like taping pieces of paper together and then holding it up to people you know. Take the smallest person you know, hold it up to them and see, can your shoulders fit through that? Can your hips fit through that as a woman? Just take the smallest person you know, the most slender, the most lithe. Not elaborating on how could she says on the tuck one, I only caught some of them, right? So on the tuck one, how could she say that Gabe was trying to buy the house off of the old man? I think Gabe would know that Bruce Tuck was dead. Like, really know that he was dead. Being that he was making the deal with Aaron, or attempting to, or that's the way it goes, right? So how would she come back and then suddenly it becomes Bruce Tuck, who's suddenly become resurrected? Bruce is, I forget when Bruce died. Should know these more specifically. Oh dear, pounding out the date. I don't know why I'm not remembering this. Anyway, he's been dead for a while. So why is it all of a sudden he's alive? From James Locklear, subject James Locklear, an old law school classmate. Okay. 34 minutes in. Gosh, I'm not going to get to go walk Nova. I'll put the screen up in it. She said first old man Oliver, and then the Tucks. They couldn't ID the body correctly. He would never admit it. Cobequid is a special one. Cobequid in general is a very special one. Too. Specifically in Portapique, there's certain scenes that stand out to me. And Cobequid is definitely one. And they knew about it. You know how they used to say, oh, blah, 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 we didn't really think about it, we didn't know about it. Oh, their stupid crayon boards, they had Cobequid on there as an evacuation. Right up there with Bayshore Road. Well, Bayshore Road, you already determined that would be early in the night. Right? Because Bayshore Road is on the fucking crayon. Shit map marked on the walls. So Lisa's kind of, yeah, I'm not going to comment. 5'10", 9'5", or 95. Sorry, 4'10", 95, and agile. Wouldn't be able to fit. They design these things so that people don't escape. That's the whole point. Yes, we're going to design a something that somebody can slip through. Criminals can go through. Man, no, absolutely not. You can see her standing there beside Jerry, Lee's Jerry, Vardy Jerry. Phone records, Maureen asking, where's the money? Asking copy when the money found burnt in the house will be released. Well, that seems like a very nice thing to ask. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I think you'd probably be climbing the walls, sir, aka Friar Tuck, which almost everyone on that road knew him as. Well, Christ, it was tattooed on his right across his stomach. She would have known him. He helped. But the deal is what breaks it. Like, because Bruce is gone. I think someone needs to tell Ms. Banfield if the tree fits, wear it. And give us a demo of how you got inside. Yeah. And everybody needs to stop. I think most, and the public is becoming a lot more aware. Today is going to be demonstrative. And, if you share around, you share the message, share the video, let people judge for themselves. You guys have answers. You can provide those people with answers. You don't have the answers. There's always somebody who does know. I go ask people all the time. But then, get more and more attention brought to this. That's the way it's going to be done. If they allow that to dwindle, then they win. Check out police car escapes on YouTube. What am I supposed to be watching? Chinese acrobats? Is she a Chinese acrobat? I'm not saying that it's completely impossible. It's more than likely not. It doesn't work. Her story doesn't work. The motive is gone. Like the whole premise is gone. The whole entire premise is gone. So if you just start at the basic A and that's gone, then you wouldn't even get over to escaping out of a car. If there's not a fight, not a domestic thing going on, she's not in the back of a car, so she doesn't even have, ergo, she's not escaping. Her story changed, saying they hung out. Anyone notice that there's some duplicate statements? Some people at MCC. Yeah, I've noticed two. I think at least two, where they have duplicate things, and they seem to be fully the same. There are drafts. Drafts. There's drafts. So they evolve. Release all vehicles back to owner as well. Not following quite there. Oh dear. There's a post on Facebook today showing phone page record. Thought it was interesting. Well, I like the what is it? I always bung this up though, and then I return it with no audio. Who is Clayfield? So I was talking with somebody last night. I was very much an investigative person. Who are the people who have the money in this story? So if Mr. Wortman has money, who are the other people that have lots of money in this story? Mr. Clayfield has money. And Karina Kincaid has money. And I think, frankly, not enough questions have been asked of Karina. And she was involved with him after they got a divorce, from what something I read last night, business-wise. So let's trace the money. All right. Right. Okay. Has this got it in here? Seizure of Lisa Banfield's phone, XR, which phone is not being sold on this date any longer. It's been off the market. How long has XR been off the market in Canada? Quite a long time. So she said she got a new phone. Her iPhone, Canada. It was launched in availability 2018. Was discontinued, but it was pulled off the market in Canada. I believe it was. No, it's earlier than this. Anyway, I'll come across that. So, phone, right? June 15th. Everything, that's when things start to heat up. June 15th, right? Okay, it's not this one. Balls. Now, is it this one? Sorry. I got a few things. Did not have cell phone. Cell phone was damaged, I believe. Okay, so Angela's swearing to that. Okay. This is not it. Contact list is what I need. Here. Search of Lisa Banfield. Phone, cell phone, 100. These are from the ITOs. In the context, the following were noted as I feel relevant. Gabriel with a telephone number 902-210-0496. Trace the number. Comes back to TELUS Mobility. Is a cell phone. Well, Gabriel didn't have a cell phone. One business is forwarded to her phone and one business, I think, is forwarded to his. Your internet track record is showing. What internet track record? Money runs through the denturists. What better way? If you're doing covert ops, what better way? Nobody's going to look at a denturist. All I see is MCC leading the questions, extract the same answer that they want. Paul Wortman has some coin. Nothing compared to Mr. Clayfield. And Clayfield is on paper all over the place. He's the first guy when they look at the businesses they're going to go to. He's literally on paper. So you don't talk to him? Right. Okay. That makes sense. I'll bet anything Matthew Clayfield trained Lisa. That's very possible. Matthew appears to be Paul's nephew or son. I haven't quite determined that one yet. Of course, you have Daddy Clayfield, who ran and founded the Atlantic Denturist Society, or whatever the fuck they call themselves. They got a soccer team, plays World Cup denturist shit. It's just weird, man. I'm still ordering iPhone XR models for work 2021. Okay. Just because Apple discontinued them, Carrier still offered them to empty inventory. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But her phone records say that the phone was working and it was active that night and morning. So, not sure how a phone that gets destroyed is making outgoing calls. Just saying. That would be kind of tough. They're burnt and shriveled and whatever in the house. Okay. I believe that. Thank you, Lucy. If Chief even at least has gave a female name. But it appears as though her phone was working, at least according to her phone records. On her walking tour, she also said iPad was smashed too. Yes. And what was that question that she asked? That line is kind of a bit spooky, eh? One moment. One of the questions, the guys is a big one, I think, to me. Obviously, her path of travel and shit, which then can just be lined up with other things, all of her statements side by side. Now, where was it? It was in the comments here. How do I go to comments? Comments. I don't know how you do this stuff. Right. Right. Okay. Okay, there we go.
I'm watching it.
I can't remember the specific line. I'm going to die. I've tried to think this one out and discuss it with a couple of people. So help me with this. Give me your expertise. I'm going to die by the end of the night, but you won't if you don't run. I don't understand that. And she has repeated it now twice. 50 minutes. Long breaks isn't okay. None of this is okay. weeping and gnashing of teeth. Does that statement make sense to you? Don't slip in the gas. Is there anything else? Paul Clayfield, Paul Clayfield, Paul Clayfield, Paul Clayfield. Paul Clayfield, Paul Clayfield, Paul Clayfield. Lots of good stuff over there. What's the problem? Just send, please, if you can, send good well wishes, prayers down there. Would be something I might suggest at this point in time. Or was it, I want to die if you don't run? No. I don't believe so. That's not what I heard. Of course, they won't let me CC any of my videos. They won't divide them into chapters. Don't like the channel. Did you try getting a run at the window so you could dive through it? I suggest you can attend Brenda Bow Commando School. I thought it was the ninja thing. Oh, okay. I'm not 100, obviously I'm just, that's very, I just don't understand the strategy. It's terrible, but I don't understand the strategy. These lawyers are pissed, then they've got to get up there and put it on the record. Like, on the record, not in the media. They got to sit there and stare at fucking McDonald and Stanton and say, what is wrong with you people? What are you going to do? What would they do if you said that? It's not logical. Lawyers do it all the time with judges. Snappy. Even if screen was cracked smash, she could use phone using voice activation. Well, it's tough if she says it's in the house and it burns. The house burns, levels. I don't know how she uses it. I agree. I'm just saying that that was her story. He smashed it in the bedroom, right? Okay, I'm assuming the bedroom's in the cabin. His bedroom, her bedroom. Smashes iPad and phone. So I'm assuming that's in the cabin, and the cabin was leveled. So therefore, it would be very hard to use a melted pile of goo. Not sure, is she running back and forth to the fire? Obviously, I'm just being a complete jackass. Yeah, send prayers down your way. Shit, bullshit. Saw an interview with you, sir, the other day. Forgotten about that. I need actual audio to figure that one out. Of what he says. or is this 911 calls? The fallout, though, is going to be difficult for them to, but they'll just move along. You know, yes, it will be in the media. Families walked out, but then again, they're going to. I think they're going to try and use that as an excuse. Just say to us, "Listen, we can't do our job. Nobody's happy. Paper off. Sorry, we'll go away, and you don't need any more records." And they'll come back in a few years, and they'll say, "Okay, we think we have something maybe figured out." But by that point, sadly, the world never stops. What's wrong with asking to show proof of that trauma? I would give all information. Would give all information. True. Our lawyers are not allowed. We tried. That's why we all have left today proceedings. Our lawyers as well have left. Question. Not to be a smart ass. What happens if they talk, like open their mouth? You can say anything under the sun. Anybody can. It's not like somebody sitting there with a pair of vice grips. You can't say anything. They're choosing not to say anything. That's a choice. Try it. I've gone through the possibilities here. If they're going to try and say, well, listen here, you know what? You can't participate anymore. Because you just point out truth, right? I can't represent my clients. You're not allowing me to ask questions with free reign. The most affected aren't really the most affected in this one, it seems. None of which is untrue or rude. And why is that? More importantly, the follow-up. Why is that? Looking at them all in the eye, what can they do? Have you physically removed as a lawyer? Okay. Or say, you know what? You and your clients are no longer welcome here. Watch the shitstorm in the media really start. Watch the Canadian public go ballistic. It's one thing to have lawyers on camera and saying, well, we don't like this and we're not going to go. It's another thing to kick them out and hear about it. To actually literally suspend families' rights. Not going to sell well, i.e., they won't do it. So choice. And if they're not going to do it, then do you have adequate representation? Do you have adequate representation? Just my 2 cents. I don't know, Richard. I think it's still going here in the background. Let me check here. Yeah. Wow, the timer must be going crazy. Comment makes total sense. Gabe wanted the love of his life to run and save herself. Not very toxic masculinity, abusive. I just want the simple stuff. Like, I'm just really simple. Give me the fucking web, like the dash cams. Give me that with the audio. All of it. Give me all the GPS records. Give me all the TMR2s. Give me all the audio video of every single fucking goddamn interview. Every single fucking channel. Give me the celebrates on every member's phone, on every single member's company phone. Give it to me all. The hell with all the rest of it. I'll come up with my own theories. That's all. That's all I want. No editing, no fucking fixing, no anything. I think you have those things. We're done. We're done here. They're supposed to. Well, I'm just glad you're not all getting traumatized anymore. I mean, you know, if there's a silver lining in that cloud, to sit there and listen to drivel is just, I can't imagine. I'll hear about it though. But it's nothing like actually having to emotionally go through it, walking in those shoes. Only if I can find them in print docs. Okay. No good abuse. It's gone. Let's just start right simple. Right simple. Let's go right to the beginning. Skip all of their nonsense. Step by step by step by step. Actually, that is what you want. Play their game. I want to play their game. Just as we're all sadly chained to this one. We do have to. We have to read the controlled media. We have to, if we want anything, we have to participate in this to get the paper, to hear the utterances, maybe some truths. I certainly don't want to play their game, Blue Nose. It's I'd rather be outside. Again, nice day. They do not have good representation if they refuse to send up when asked to do so. I'm presuming, of course, that's a stand. Yes, absolutely. Okay, one moment. I'm going to go walk the dog. I'll leave this on. Sorry, I have one last question before I go and say hi to Nova for me. Come here. Come. Come here. Oh, come on. Can I ask a question of families who are there right now? Who led the walkout with lawyers, or who initiated the discussion on that? I'm just curious. We can be removed as participants. Try it. I don't think that's going to go over well. Do you? They know this one is getting, people are just kind of quietly simmering in the background. Remember when Facebook was kicking out family members? How much of a shitstorm that caused? Wow. Maybe I'm being hopeful, but I certainly think there would be a lot of people who would suddenly maybe go from keyboard warrior to protester, or from non-active to keyboard warrior, and tweeting and emailing and mass messaging media and outside of the country, et cetera, et cetera. It could be a absolute it's not could, it would be a PR fucking disaster. Do you think McDonald would ever be able to walk around ever with his head out anywhere? No. What is he going to cite? What law does he have on his side? That's that. Zip. Contractually, there's nothing that limits a lawyer. Can I ask who people are ringing their doorbell? Which lawyer initiated the discussion of this? I mean, I'm sure I'll find out, but I would love to hear it now. If you proceed to civil law, Holly, you'll lose all your investigators because they're not involved. Predominantly. Come here. All the discord and everything would not be really around, as well as public support, because it wouldn't be in the media as much. Cases that go to civil law in RCMP's history, they're very quiet because it's a slow moving process, and the media, frankly, isn't very interested. 67 minutes. Leaf lawyer is terrible. Absolutely. Richard, spot on. Wrong day for a visit. Tough question not being asked. Absolutely. Who is the one that initiated it? Or which law firm? Because somebody would have discussed that, started the discussion on that. Well, maybe then I'll just leave it up as a banner. It will be in public. Okay, so I'm not going to get an answer on that. What was the issue earlier with Pinio and the CBC? My son asked where to watch. Oh, wow. So he doesn't even know the case, really. And he's like, she's full of shit. That's pretty transparent. And I mean, again, that exposure of that is pretty important. Well, I'm taking it, I think. I think the answer's self-evident then. But I'll hear about it later. Then we can talk about that. All right, I'm going to go and walk my dog, and I will leave the screen running. Oh, wait, I have to do this. I've got to stop that and then start it a different way. So, best of luck, or not best of luck, all kinds of special love and prayers. I'll be back, though. Most certainly, I'm only going to be gone for like 5 minutes. So, but all my love and prayers for all the families. Stay strong. So an hour and a half. About an earlier incident that happened down in Portapique, but I'll ask you that later. I think we need to take a break. I was going to ask you. Okay. Clue, I would say. Timing. Everything is timing. So some families still staying. And I really can't communicate that enough. That is my fear that they will, it has been for some time. I've communicated that they will shut this one down. And just from past knowledge I have of things, if this goes, you're not going to see it again. More than likely. This one is a one-off, but they're trying so desperately to keep everything from people. And hello, those are giving you a treat. If that's what people want, then I guess we'll have to look at that one there too. Because this threatens the security of all Canadians, frankly. Farmer's favorite ginger cheesecake. I would suspect there's some strategizing for sure going on the PR department. They're trying to fire out a story that can explain. All right, we've got it's a cover-up on the grandest scale, and it is so huge. It is unlike anything I have ever studied before, and I've studied a few things because that's all I do. That's all I've done for years. So now we do have some. We can make this productive time, I believe. Thoughts on lengthy break? They're strategizing. Families walking out is going to be disastrous in the press. But, they're spinning in articles. They're spinning up the story on how they can do that. They're going to try and figure out some way that, she was threatened or, good for all of you. I did see a couple of comments in here, but I understand frustration. And, but everybody's kept calm and cool and composed. So they can't really do the red coat and Bible Hill bullshit. They're going to try and figure something else out. I think it started with the question, though. The earlier incident in Portapique. Plus, I think there were some things that were being pointed out here that with specific problems, because you guys are very aware and astute of what's going down. I go away, come back, 23, 25 new viewers. Come back. Interesting. Thank you. Yep. I can't stress that enough, Todd. I don't know how to tell people other than just to say, this is a road you really don't want to travel for your kids, for the future, for your grandkids. This is one of those moments. They want it gone. They've wanted it gone for a long, long time. They never wanted it to begin with. Just go through the chronology, go through the articles, go through the history. You'll see it. How long does it take to come out with it? Oat will never have the answer. How much fighting had to be done to get a review? How long did that take? And then you have within it's under 2 weeks. I can't remember it should be like ingrained in my forehead. How long it took to go from review to commission. Pretty fast. Because they had it sitting around. That was plan B. Well, if they get really pissy about this one, okay, we'll do that. Still not an inquiry. We can just sham it up, put it all underneath trauma, lies, sham, try and fuck everybody. This channel does so much fucking damage. It's unbelievable. I'm not saying that because I'm big-headed, and I'm not. You guys know me. I don't care. I'd rather sit in the background, do nothing. We are a force to be reckoned with. One moment, please. So I spoke about this before too, right? Because it is such a much more grand thing. And you guys who have great memories are going to remember a lot of these things, and it's all down. Look at the timing of things. Lisa, what's going to happen? Who are the next witnesses? You're going to get a little bit of filler, I believe. But who are the next key important witnesses? All the RCMP. They want it gone. And if they make it go, obviously they're not going to appear. Not just the paper's going to dry up, not just this particular 23, it's all the rest of it. All the rest of it. The RCMP. So it just goes and goes and goes and goes, and it gets worse and worse because they accept this is the way, this is what people will take. So now we're not talking Nova Scotia. We're not talking Portapique. We're talking the whole country. And if they get away with this one, what do you think they're going to get away with next time? This has to stop at some point. It really does. This isn't an entertainment thing. This is really, really serious. Because in the meantime, they're going to keep moving that line forward. More and more, things will be put in place. All the backroom deals on everything across this country. Your national police force can take over any fucking case in your small town that has a municipal police force for any reason under the guise of national security. If you have a corrupt police force that can do that, that has no checks and balances, that isn't responsible to anybody, are they responsible to you? Are they transparent to you? Do they tell you the truth? How many people are legitimately concerned about being pulled over by the police? Oh, I have spoken to many, Richard, including, elsewhere. This is very fucking serious. Members themselves are very worried. They can get away with murder. Absolutely. They're like, that's quite literal. Murder. I'm not accusing the RCMP. I certainly have some thoughts, evidence to support of certain things that I'm pretty much everything I come from is evidence-based. There's a couple of things that I have, sure, that are, I think actually the only opinionated one, frankly, is the car isn't fake. That's the only opinionated one. The rest of it, I have tons of support for. But even the rifle, I said that the guns were going to be used were probably going to be RCMP. And it turns out, at least we're talking about the same weapon, C8-556. So, yeah. It's the Project Wide Awakes. It's all of the other shit that, that they can just steamroll through quietly in the background, spying on everybody, seizing bank account, doing whatever, because they don't, what do they care? Nobody cares because they just walk away, or they're like, okay, it's so much bigger than just the 23. It's always been the 23. It will always be the 23, but it's the 23 and Canada. Coast to coast. They failed to lower the flag. They failed to lower the flag. Nice. Just the same as they pull down Heidi stuff. I mean, look, this is within their own force, to their own members. They have treated them vilely for decades. They treat citizens vilely. The corruption at the top here, they're rogue, 100% rogue. They dig. They know everything about everybody. They know how to push people's buttons, use them, manipulate them. This is not a good thing. Oh. People who are scared, on the most basic level, scared of an RCMP car that drives down the road. Is that a real car? Okay, go with the 100% narrative. Okay, lots of people are. I have that page archived from the RCMP's website. What to do when you get pulled over by an RCMP and you don't believe it's real? What the fuck, man? You have to write something like this? You've got a serious problem. You have people who are afraid. My conversation. I was told they were federal and not mandated to do so because they don't respect the flag. And that's orders coming from on high, right? This is a beast that a lot of people don't want to look at. It's just easier to go and get in your pool. But it doesn't change tomorrow. It's just like back when I was drinking. It doesn't get any better. It just gets worse. Until you say, I've had enough. I'm done. Now I got to deal with it. This is something truly monumentous, I believe. And you all are a part of it. I want to go back and reread that email. It's got terms in there. I don't even know what the fuck you say. It's just I don't like people discussing me in a positive light. But I guess I have to read it somewhat in its totality. I'll leave out the fact what this person is and who they are. But I will say that they were involved in Ottawa at a high level, okay, for a long time. And they say, what you have uncovered about the condition of the RCMP is fully consistent with my conclusions with the House of Commons. You have furthered immensely my perception of the ways in which feminism and spousal abuse specifically have been developed and used by the RCMP and governments worldwide, frankly. And it's not feminism, right? It's all these other things that go with it. More broadly, in controlling narratives. For this, I thank you. It is part of the panoply of myths that has been created by behavioral psychologists, right? Always talked about the psychological warfare. This one is very carefully orchestrated. I'm not being tinfoil. Anybody can go and read on this stuff. You can find out. We'll see what they do. And they better do the fucking right thing. Further developed by the RCMP and government more broadly in controlling narratives. For this, I thank you. It is part of the panoply created by behavioral psychologists to manipulate the collective mind. Climate change, toxic masculinity, white privilege, COVID, the evil persistence of colonialism, our endless evil history. This victimizes us all, by the way. Everybody, including those that it purports to help. It's just a guise. And I'm not weighing in on a position on any of these issues, but I see what they use it for. These myths have become the ground of the thinking of the educated. And a departure from them is recognized as being ruinous to one's future. You get out of line, you're gone. Right? Just like members in the RCMP, just like families. Remember, who was that, McNeil? Fury. And they said, families, the question was, and it was really well done. I think I still have it on my computer. Families aren't happy with the fact that they aren't getting their questions going to be answered. If they can't subpoena, if they can't put them under oath, if there's no force behind what you're talking about. There's not a search for the answers. And the response was, we know, we know what's best. That's a real eye opener. The critical exercise that you have initiated, not me, you. This message is for everybody. It is. You have initiated warrants the highest praise and reveals your extraordinary abilities. The psychosis in positions of authority will simply ignore your analyses and be allowed by governments and the media to get away with doing so. Because they all operate in one. Your work, still is of the utmost importance. At least the extent of the corruption in which we swim is being exposed to those who care. This is coming from somebody who knows down in Ottawa. He's saying thank you to you. He knows where this is going. And frankly, I do know that he's an older person. I've never spoken to him. But I do know that he's older. I can gather obviously certain details. And you can make a choice when you're old. You can say, well, it's not my thing. I'll leave that to the next generation to deal with. Or you can say, it has to stop now. So stay strong. This is a disgrace to our province. What is a disgrace, ma'am? One moment, please.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Natu?
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Council for participants have caucused, and I have some follow-up questions for Ms. Banfield. So if the witness could be brought back, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Banfield. Thank you for your patience as counsel for participants caucused. I do have some follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
I'm going to jump around a little bit, so please be sure if you don't understand the context for a question, let me know, and I will do my best to make it clearer.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go back to the question I tried to ask after the lunch break. I feel better equipped now, so let's see how this goes. Madam Registrar, could I have Exhibit 3437 at page 47? And paragraph 167. So, Ms. Banfield, this is a summary of a paragraph from the perpetrators, from one of the foundational documents that describes Brenda Forbes making a report to the RCMP. I guess it actually involves 2 reports to the RCMP. So perhaps I'll just read it and then see if this is clear. So Brenda Forbes gave her first statement to the RCMP following the mass casualty on April 20, 2020 via telephone. In this statement, Ms. Forbes recounted that approximately 6 years prior to the mass casualty, she called the RCMP to report what's called the cottage choking and assault incident that Glenn Wortman had witnessed and described to her. So I just want to ask, in relation to Ms. Forbes's evidence, that she learned of that choking incident from Glenn Wortman and then reported it to the police. So first of all, do you recall Glenn Wortman having witnessed an incident like this in Portapique?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Ms. Forbes had reported that incident to the police?
No.
So you were unaware of any call being made to the RCMP at the time?
Correct.
Okay. I think that likely answers my next questions, but I'm going to ask them just for the sake of clarity and certainty. Did anyone from the RCMP ever come and speak to you about an alleged incident of domestic violence or about the perpetrator possessing illegal weapons?
No.
Okay. Did anyone from the RCMP ever come and speak to you about a report that the perpetrator was driving fast around Portapique?
No.
Okay. To confirm, at the time of this report, so she said it's approximately 6 years prior to the mass casualty. I believe subsequent records have tied it to the 2013 time period. Did the perpetrator own any decommissioned police cars around that time?
No.
Okay. In your previous statements about this incident, the choking incident that was witnessed by Glenn Wortman, you've described sort of fleeing to Brenda Forbes's house. Is that correct?
Pardon?
You've described running away. Oh, this is a different one. I apologize. I've got my notes mixed up now.
No worries.
Okay. On this first incident, we've heard evidence this week that there may have been a photograph of the assault witnessed by Glenn Wortman. Were you ever aware of somebody photographing one of the assaults?
No.
Did you ever see a photograph or hear of a photograph after the fact?
No.
On another occasion, during an assault by the perpetrator, you did flee the cottage in Portapique and seek refuge at Brenda Forbes's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've told us about that in prior statements. Do you recall how long you spent at Brenda Forbes's house that day?
Maybe 20 minutes, a half hour, probably the most.
And do you recall what you spoke to her about during this time?
I can't remember. I just know I was freaking out. I couldn't tell you what I told her. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about what she said?
She basically said that there's help out there, but I was just too scared.
Okay. One of the reasons you gave for being scared this morning is that sometimes there were other people who witnessed these assaults. You spoke of there being, actually I misspoke a bit there. You spoke this morning of grown men being afraid of the perpetrator.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to be specific about who you're referencing there?
Allison, Sutherland, Tom Evans was there, Peter. He was a worker that lived, or that he used to work at Kenobi Homes. I don't know his last name. And there was another guy there.
Okay, and so when you said there were grown men who were afraid of the perpetrator, and then you gave me a list of people who are there, is that the same list?
Yeah.
And so when you say there was another guy, are you able to tell me anything more about that guy?
He was a skinny guy, like, I don't know if he was from up by Kenobi Homes area, but him and Peter knew each other. I don't know his name.
Okay. You also said earlier this morning that when you wanted to get in touch with the perpetrator and you couldn't reach him by email, you would sometimes call Jill in Portapique. And I just want to confirm, is that Jill Sutherland?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that if you couldn't get a hold of him, I guess through Jill, but sometimes you would call other neighbors.
Yeah.
Do you recall which other neighbors you would sometimes call to try and contact him?
Peter Griffin and bear with me. It'll come to me. I can't. Sorry.
Okay. So there was one additional person.
Yes.
So if you recall that name in the course of your testimonies.
Okay, sorry. It was the one that Gabriel bought the Rick, what's his name? Rick, I can't think of his last. He owned the property 293 Portapique Beach Road that Gabriel bought, G bought.
Okay. And given that Gabriel didn't have a phone, how would you expect him to have called you back after you called a neighbor and passed on a message?
If I got a hold of one of those guys, they would just give their phone to him to call me.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
This morning you told us about questioning the perpetrator about his replica police vehicle and whether he was allowed to have it, and him telling you that he had spoken to somebody about it. And I believe you said that you were told that it was okay as long as he didn't drive it. That's what he said to you. Do you know anything more about who he supposedly called or contacted and spoke to about his replica
No,
cruiser?
he just said it was an authoritative figure. That's all he told me.
Did you have an understanding about whether he attended in person or had made a telephone call?
I have no idea.
So just to confirm, what he told you is that he'd spoken to somebody.
Yes.
Did he say in authority, or did he just say he'd spoken to somebody?
He said he spoke to somebody, an authoritative figure person. Whether he talked to them in person or on the phone, I have no idea.
Okay. And to be clear, what did that authority tell him about the replica?
That it was okay as long as he wasn't driving it.
Okay. We've heard from some witnesses that sometimes the perpetrator would shoot guns into the mud flats behind the cottage. Is that something you ever observed him to do?
Only one time I seen he was showing his gun and he shot off once into the mud flaps, and that was it. That's the only time I seen him.
And do you recall what gun he used at
It
that
was
time?
either the black handgun or the silver one. I can't remember which one.
Okay. Earlier today in your evidence, you mentioned that sometimes he would move his firearms between Portapique and Dartmouth. Was that a one-time thing that he relocated them on one occasion, or did he move them back and forth?
Sometimes I
On an
would see
ongoing
them
basis.
probably on and off, because sometimes I would see them in Dartmouth, sometimes I would see them at the cottage.
Okay, so your best understanding is that he would move them on an ongoing basis.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Next point is a correction. I think more of me than of you, but I suggested to you this morning that you had purchased the cottage in 2003. The information and records available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggest that it was in fact 2002, and that I likely misspoke. Does that accord with your memory? Do you have a memory of it?
I can't remember when we got the cottage, but I remember having the cottage when the first incident happened at Sutherland's Lake.
Okay. Earlier today, when we were discussing Sergeant Wiley, you suggested that he had met the perpetrator following a break-in at the cottage where they had some things stolen.
Mhm.
Did he ever learn who had stolen those items?
I think he told me, but I wouldn't know the names or anything.
To the best of your knowledge, was it one of the victims of the mass casualty?
Not, oh, again, I don't know the names, so sorry.
I want another piece of cleanup housekeeping, Madam Registrar. We'd started to speak about the silent patrolman earlier today. I wonder if you could bring up COM 55704. I believe it's already an exhibit. It's exhibit P-001083. Thank you. Could we zoom that out a bit? Thank you. So, Ms. Banfield, this is one of the photographs that you provided to the commission. Can you describe for us what we're looking at here?
The divider from the front to the back?
And to be clear, the front to the back of the replica
Yes.
police cruiser. Okay. And so it looks like it's a plexiglass divide.
Mhm.
And would I be correct in understanding that that window
Yes,
slid back and forth? And to confirm, when you escaped from the replica cruiser the night of April 18th, was it this window that you
Yes.
escaped through?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, again, returning to the night of April 18th, or I guess I should say the morning of April 19th. I think there's just trying to try to clarify where you came out of the woods. And earlier today, I asked if it was on Old Orchard Beach Drive. I've since been told that no such road exists.
Well, it's the Orchard Beach Road.
So I just want to clarify, did you come out of the woods on the road where the warehouse used to be located, or on the same road where Leon Jodry's house was?
Where the cottage is, the main road.
Where the warehouse was?
Yes, and where Frank's house is on.
And how far did you have to travel before you got to Leon's house?
I showed in the, like it wasn't far from where the road goes into Leon's. Like I couldn't tell you, probably from here to maybe the second row, like, or maybe the third row,
And to be
to the
clear,
opening of the road to where Leon's place was.
and so was Leon's place on a different road than the one you came out of the woods onto?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I asked you earlier today if you visited any other houses before Leon's. Did you pass any other houses?
No.
Did you pass the remnants of any of the fires?
I didn't see anything. I was just running.
In her testimony, Brenda Forbes talked about how Glenn Wortman said that the perpetrator had once killed somebody in the United States. Did you ever hear the perpetrator make that claim?
No. Only after all this happened.
That's not something you know anything about,
No.
sort of directly or indirectly?
No.
Okay. And when you say after all this happened, you mean after the mass casualty?
Yeah.
And have you heard of it being said to anybody other than Glenn?
No. Only whatever's in the news.
You said earlier today that the perpetrator never used his EMS badge in Canada to to the best of your knowledge. I wondered if you were aware of him ever impersonating a police officer in Canada.
No.
So I wondered if we could bring up COM 0020257 at page 206. And it's exhibit 1024. Yeah, if you could zoom in on this one, Madam Registrar. So, Ms. Banfield, this is an email between yourself and the perpetrator dated December 19th, 2018, and he's describing to you a visit to a pizza shop in Elmsdale, and he says that while he was there, an RCMP officer came in to get a donaire, and the perpetrator says to you in this email, I told him I was an ex-Leo with the J Division. Leo is law enforcement officer. J Division is Fredericton headquarters of the RCMP for the province of NB. And then he goes on to tell you that he was getting pizza, and this RCMP officer suggested he get a donaire. Does this refresh your memory that perhaps the perpetrator once represented himself as a police officer to an RCMP officer at a pizza place?
I remember once I got to the cottage, I don't remember that email specifically, but I remember when I got to the cottage, he was saying something about a pizza and that there was a police officer there and he was talking to him as if he was a cop. Sorry. So yes, I remember that.
Okay. Oh, and it says that the pizza guy gave him his food for free on that occasion. Do you recall that as well?
He told me that, yes.
Okay, so because the perpetrator had suggested that he was ex-Leo from J Division, he got free pizza.
Wasn't obviously paying attention to what he was saying, but yeah.
Okay. Wanted to revisit a couple of things that you said about Sean McLeod. So first, when we were speaking earlier about the firearms, you said that the perpetrator had gotten 2 guns through Sean. And can you just clarify which Sean you were referring to? Sean Conlaw. And that's one of the perpetrator's friends in Maine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so to be clear, you were not referring to Sean McLeod.
No, no.
Okay. I also want to go back to your evidence from this morning about the perpetrator getting an RCMP duty uniform from Sean McLeod. Now, I just want to explore a couple things. So my understanding is that Sean McLeod worked at Corrections Canada, and that the Corrections Canada uniforms do not have a yellow stripe down the leg of the pants. Okay. Given that, are you certain that there was a stripe down the leg of these pants?
Yes.
My understanding is that Sean McLeod was shorter than the perpetrator by a fair measure. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that consequently, he wouldn't have, unlikely that he would have fit into Sean McLeod's pants. Does that at all change your recollection about where the perpetrator got the RCMP?
All I know is what Gabriel sorry, G told me, and that's what he told me, so that's what I thought.
And are you sure that it was an RCMP uniform and not a Corrections Canada uniform?
I don't know what a Corrections Canada uniform looks like, but it was black with the stripes and a beige shirt.
And was it your understanding that the uniform was something that Sean McLeod had worn personally?
No.
It was, then what was your understanding?
My understanding is G asked him to get him a uniform.
Okay. You mentioned Peter earlier, and I don't know if this is the same Peter or a different Peter, but I wanted to ask you a bit about the perpetrator's relationship with Peter Griffin. So who was Peter? Who is Peter Griffin?
He lived at the end of the street with his parents, Joanne and Alan. And I just know them. I just met them from getting the cottage. And
Okay. Do you have any information about, do you know anything about whether Peter Griffin helped the perpetrator to build or supply the mock police cruiser?
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Let me try again.
Sorry.
That's okay. Do you know anything about whether Peter Griffin was involved in helping to create the replica police cruiser?
Only after the fact of what I heard in the news about Deckles.
So do you recall the perpetrator ever saying anything to you about Mr. Griffin being involved in his projects vis-a-vis the replica cruiser?
No.
Okay. Just a moment. Madam Registrar, could I have Exhibit 22? So, Ms. Banfield, I asked you earlier today about physical injuries in the wake of the mass casualty, and you didn't, you weren't able to say much. And so I've been asked to take you to this record and just confirm what it reflects. So at the bottom of page 2, Madam Registrar, I understand that after you emerged from the woods on April 19th, 2020, you were taken by ambulance to the Colchester East Hants Medical Center. Is that correct, Ms. Banfield?
Correct.
Okay, and it says here that you were admitted and treated for injuries noted as many superficial abrasions, basically on her hands, feet, and legs. The doctors also noted that you had a contusion on your scapula, which is, I think, a fancy way of shoulder, and a fracture posterior to the medial right 11th lib, so a fracture of your ribs, and also fractures to your spine, essentially. I mean, is that accurate?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say that you were discharged on April 24th, 2020. And again, that your diagnosis was assault with trauma and transverse process fractures to L1 and L4 and right rib fracture. Okay. In terms of ongoing physical injuries, have you had to have ongoing treatments or procedures or follow-up visits following your discharge after the 5 nights in hospital in April 2020?
I was on so many I was on different medications that I've never been on before for sleeping, I couldn't function basically, so after being on medications and stuff that they put me on, that I wasn't used to being on, I just wanted to be off the medication, so I stopped taking everything and I relapsed and went back into the hospital by ambulance. But
And have the physical injuries healed today?
I still have back pain. mentally, I'm still on pills to concentrate and from stress, and I take pills for sleeping.
Following the mass casualty, there were a lot of stories and rumors about you in the public, and as well as in the media. I wonder if you could speak to how that has impacted you personally and your mental health.
In so many ways, it's impacted myself and my family because people don't know who we are. And the fact that people would think that we would have anything to do with this. Like our family, feels for all those people, and we're not angry that they're angry, because if it was my family, I would feel the same way. But it's just angering because he did this and I didn't. And I would never contribute to anything like that. So it's really hard because it's scary to think that people are angry and that somebody could come after me or my family if they think that we had anything to do with it. So it's just been hard.
Thank you, Ms. Banfield. Final question. You've described in a number of points in your evidence today and in your interviews with the commission that there were those in the community who observed the assaults, who, as you described, were also afraid of him. If you'd had more support from the community, do you think that you would have made a difference in your ability to either seek help or leave the relationship?
I don't think that I would have, just because he threatened my family. So it's one thing that I can hide or get help, but what are they all going to do? And I couldn't take the risk knowing that he could come after any of my family. So I don't know what I would do different.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Banfield. Those are all of my further questions. I think Commissioner McDonald will give you some further direction.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you again, Ms. Banfield. We will now break. I'm going to suggest for 10 minutes. It should be a much briefer break. Just we want to be sure that there are no more questions that counsel for the participants would like to ask you while you're here. So we'll break for 10 minutes. Of course, Ms. Natu, if you need more time, just let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
She was angry. Angry. She said it's angering that people think this. She said first she started with it's understandable, but then she did use the word angering. It's an interesting emotion. Angering. Maybe not the go-to I'd probably have. If I can try and envision myself in that position, if I was a victim, but an abused victim, but the reactions, not talking to families, suing them, etc. What about her concern for her own family? She could have come out of her hiding spot. She chose not to go to anybody's house but Leon until 6:30 in the morning. What about her own family when they were in danger? Just an interesting observation. If she was that concerned about her own family. I'm not angry at her, but I can't echo what a family feels, so I don't. I'm upset. I don't like dishonesty, but I don't want, to give them what they're looking for, which is people to respond, and because then they can just say, oh, don't worry, just we'll go away for now. We'll go away. No RCMP. Will appear. Sorry, I did miss something in there earlier about a person named Nan. I got busy and I didn't get to. It looked like some quite negative comment about the family or a family member, which is highly, highly inappropriate. But I'm glad that to see that I think, when I scroll back, people really stepped up and just kind of said, what are you about there? Where do you come from? What's your motive? I missed it too. I just kind of did see something. I started to read it, and then I got much things. I feel like this is almost the days of old. I used to get a lot of messages and calls. I'm quiet for a long time. So she ran up the road to go to Leon's. Yet she can squeeze through Chinese acrobat windows, which I don't even know is humanly possible given a headrest. And yes, we can absolutely reenact that. All it requires is taping. Oh, I don't know. One moment. See, you can kind of just tape pages together or whatever, and then you have a model. Just as an example, right? And then you can hold it up to a body. This is just an example. But if you have the measurements, and you can literally hold it up to, a very small woman, and imagine that there's a headrest in front of that. If we had the appropriate measurements, which of course they're more than happy to furnish. Not sure why we need to go on a break again. Still waiting for the question about that shut this down to begin with. One that she said, well, I could ask you right now, but I'm going to wait till later. And we need a break now. So obviously there was something. I would say that question is a difficult one. Pretty convenient. They can't talk about supplying ammunition, Gabriel Wortman, because ongoing case. So sorry, I didn't finish that. So she can run, crawling, sliding over on benches, which usually requires your back that would be fairly jilting, I would think, on a spine. That was the way he described it, Ivani, in his statement. Slided as she slid over on the bench in the Jeep, in the back seat. I believe the word also was superficial. He also considered her a suspect. It was only moments later that Brown and Melanson intervened on behalf of MCU or was assigned to question her that changed. Derb. Crawling, sliding. It must be a Branda commando school thing. Why was her family not calling every second on her phone? I have her sister. I am close. I have a sister and I am close. I would be calling them. Got no phone records for that. How many phone calls were placed to her sister? I'm sure the phone records would indicate that over at Leon's phone, right? That there was a phone call placed immediately to her sister after calling. I think I'd probably phone my sister first and just say, hey, just want to give you a heads up, like, Gabe's gone totally ballistic. He burnt his own house down. Of course, because Lisa, he burned his own house down. Right. It was what she said about she can't believe her and her family could be a part of this. Why did she choose to go to Leon's house, the person that she dislikes? Gabe apparently dislikes now. I thought she said earlier Leon and Gabe got on, but now no. I thought I read that somewhere. I could be mistaken. Why would you go to the person's house that you dislike? Why would you wait so many hours given the opportunity? Do not run and warn your neighbors. Warn your sister. Hey, can I use your phone? I'm really worried about my sister. I'm not trying to victim blame. I'm just asking questions. Logical ones. If one was, God forbid, to envision themselves in such a horrendous situation, who would you be thinking about? What would you do? I think she was with Gabe at Leon's. I don't know. Where's the 911 call origin? I don't know if I've seen the origin of the call. Whose phone was it from? And I remember I asked that in the interview, where it was on the list of questions that I had to pre-submit. Whose phone was it that called 911? I did find that a bit odd, but show your feet, scar on hand. Where are these photos of all these injuries? Why is it that everybody loses their photos, forgets their last names, doesn't know them, records don't exist? When you hear things over and over, I tend to say it's probably the exact opposite. Or you just never had them to begin with. It is more narrative spin. Doesn't sound very abusive. Hanging out down in Dartmouth by herself with the majority of the bank accounts, properties co-listed, businesses, according to you, jointly. I guess she's not listed on property titles, which is interesting because she says in her interview, I believe we own those together. Found a glacial striation in the woods. Took cover for the night. If she reported back her injuries to ERT Medical and EMS, would have boarded and collared her for transport. Wait for the TAV. Armed ERT members there. A lot of 6 of them. 2 vehicles, but have to wait for the TAV to come to take her just to the end of the road. Again, I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just thinking, and then to transfer from the TAV to the Jeep to go to the Great Village Fire Hall to be questioned, to then take an ambulance. Superficial. Drugs were you on exactly? She said numerous times when we bought the cottage. So let me just make sure I'm not saying, I don't want to be wrong. Oh, it's in Northumberland. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. It's in Northumberland, but Northumberland, she says, is her. Northumberland, which of course is mailing box, a mailbox, which I'm presuming is not a large mailbox and usually is only assigned to one person. I don't know how that works down there. You can tell me. Do neighbors share mailboxes? Does that happen? Or do you get your own little mailbox? Because Clayfield has the same mailbox as Northumberland over in New Brunswick. The exact same mailbox. Same phone numbers. Clayfield, Atlantic Denture, a division of Clayfield. Who is Paul Clayfield again?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
And if they don't go there and don't have documents saying that they investigated this, you absolutely know there is something there, quite substantial. Well, the New Brunswick papers show it. Joint stocks. I did some videos of the follow the money dentures. Went into some other stuff, and there's other developments still yet to come. So, does Lisa believe that Wright caused all this, or she believes fight? Well, you can't have it both ways, but they try. They try any alternative that they can. So they'll try and get the people with the pre-planned stuff, right? Pre-planned. But then that doesn't really work because he's paying back debts. Usually not a very logical move, I suppose. Maybe somebody might who's very honest. We're told he's not. So if it's the fight, but the Brenda story, which they're quoting, which is 100% hearsay, and she dug that story deeper, and Ellison's statements don't support it. I haven't reviewed Glenn's statement yet. Who has reviewed Glenn's statement? I know we divvied up some, and I really liked that yesterday. We got some really good stuff and powered through some documents, got to share it with a bunch of eyes at the same time. So it was very effective. I think if they're going to continue with this, because next week.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have just one final series of questions for the witness, so she could be brought back. And then, of course, I'm not sure if you yourselves have questions for her.
Would you like to put her under oath at some point? Because the last two times you have not, which I think negates her testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Banfield. I just have one final series of questions for you today, and then the commissioners themselves may have questions. But going back to the morning of April 19th, 2020, when you came out of the woods, do you recall hearing the sound of a drone overhead?
The day of the 19th?
Yes.
No.
You have no recollection of hearing sort of a buzzing in the sky, a drone overhead?
Not that day, no.
Okay. I believe those are our questions, commissioners.
Thank you so much, Ms. Natu. The commissioners, all of our questions have been answered for today. Thank you. This has been a very difficult day for many. The pain and hurt here today has been palpable, and it emanates everywhere. But it's been an especially difficult day for you, Ms. Banfield. And wanted to thank you for assisting us, even though it meant you having to yet again relive some more of the horrific ordeal you went through. And so we are especially grateful for that. You've showed courage by coming here. And again, we are thankful. Maureen and Janice, you are wonderful siblings. Thank you for being, you being there for your sister meant your sister was there for us. Thank you so much, Ms. Banfield, for assisting us with our very difficult work, but it's very important work. And thank you. And you're free to go, all three of you. Thank you.
No oaths, except for the very first part. Oh, tissue. Mute. He's gone on mute.
Ms. Banfield's interviews, material, and testimony have helped in a significant way to build our understanding of the perpetrator's history, character, and actions, which informs our work to explore the causes, circumstances, and context behind this mass casualty. It also assists us with meeting the requirement in our mandate to examine contributing and contextual factors that include the role of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence in this mass casualty. We all heard difficult and potentially distressing information today, including for those of you who may be experiencing violence in your own life. Please consider accessing the support services listed on our website or those organizations who are there for you to help you in your community. During proceedings this week, we've shared our current understanding of the extent of the perpetrator's violent behavior and about broader trends related to gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and mass casualties. Next week, we'll continue to focus on the part of our mandate that focuses on these forms of violence through further roundtable discussions. In addition, Commission Council will share the 31st and final foundational document, which focuses on the perpetrator's financial misdealings. We'll also hear from additional expert and RCMP witnesses. Thank you, everyone, for taking part in proceedings this week. We do hope that everyone gets some rest and takes care this weekend, and we'll see you again on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July 18th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
No, I didn't hear an apology. I think the extent, but again, I was away for a bit of it. But so refresh me, please, if I'm wrong. I think she did kind of mention that, but it kind of turned into Lisa and how she was angry. It was angering that people suspected or had suspicions or questions. Obviously that started way before she was even known of, before, or she was known of, at least that was being planted all over the place. I believe Brad Hunter was the one who started that over in Toronto Sun. At least that's the first source I think I've been able to track down of the abuse narrative, April 20th. Interesting. Wonder where he got that from. But by the 23rd, she's saying, apparently, Larkin on her behalf is saying, RCMP Larkin is saying that she's very concerned about what people may think about her while she's recovering from her injuries. I don't think anybody back then was not very many were asking any real questions of her because she wasn't even known of. So she was obviously very concerned about it right away. Interesting. I think that, again, would probably be the last thing on my mind, but going to the families, I think that when I was in a position to say, like, I'm really sorry, and this has affected me how grievously. I think it was really, really important, and we're seeing the colors, the real colors of people here, the commissioners. And these scarlet letters are going to follow their families forever. And I quite literally mean that. All of the descendants. That's your legacy. This is their legacy. The most important inheritance that you will ever receive. Because money runs out. People burn through it. The generation after that will be like, hey, my granddad or my great-granddad, he was something. Yeah, not so sure. Not so sure, like Reagan and Leaf and the corruption and, yeah. Ties to women, status of women. Yeah. History of status of women. Didn't do a good job over there. War room. You fucking failed. Bad. Real bad. And you're not getting out of the hole. CBC places pistol in Manitoba. Oh, the acts that are being written. I see. No. Peaceful sleep is worth a lot. Clean consciences, or as clean as you can have, because we're all sinners. Priceless. Being able to walk around saying, there's not too many people on this earth who are angry at me, and I've tried to do right. Right, what is it? Promptly admitted my wrongs. And made amends. As best I could. Seems like a good policy. Sleep is underrated. Delay arguing lawyers over what questions to be asked. Formal submission on the record from all lawyers. But it should be done podium. Asked. Hey, Commissioner Stanton, Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner Fitch, why is it you can't permit me to do my job, to represent my clients, to allow them, the most affected people? What is it? Opit Lisa's one of the very most affected. I don't think I've heard the term very most affected yet. I could be wrong. Mary Sauer. Hello. How are you? Not once in the video reenactment there's mention, I don't believe, an emotional reaction. That's scary. I wonder if that's why we have somebody who's studying certain things, questioning her. Just wondering. Oh, her lawyer did 11 o'clock global. I see. Global. Was it one of those things that you'll understand, Your Honor? Hello. Oh, there you go. Oh. Hello. Our lawyer needs a haircut. All that money. He is an interesting man. Where is Mr. Bjorn? Where are these people? Are they allowed to be questioned? Leon, Bjorn, McDonald's, Fishers. Just to help all of us understand. Would be good. Be good. And I think it would be a lot. I don't know. But I would think it would be somewhat cathartic to air things, just, like let your grief be known. Would think, but and have the support of this vast country. Many people who are here to support these people through the horrendous things that they've endured. Or, yeah. Okay. So, and I shouldn't say it in that tone because I don't want to just be like, okay, so it's not. There's a lot to absorb here. The lack of emotion is disturbing, quite disturbing. In certain cases, it relies upon. Depends on the topic. And you might have some emotional reaction. Okay, so apparently there's hilarious Hope you all have a world of sunshine, buttercups in your future, as do your female children. Quite divisive, isn't it? Wonder how you ladies feel about that one. Is that somewhat bothersome? Does that represent how you're feeling today? Oh, thank you very much, oh dear. Just as you have all been brainwashed into thinking LB was a killer too. I don't think anybody's said such things. They're just asking questions. I certainly do see a lot of heavy influence coming from a lot of places to push certain things. Guess you don't know her or her family. They're not pompous liars like you want to believe. Well, I think by your languaging, it kind of betrays that you do. Very interesting. Perhaps you would care to elaborate for the benefit of us all, since we're so brainwashed. I think it was the negative comments about Beaton that was Mr. Beaton that was disturbing. And baby Beaton. I did see something about that, but I'm sure I'll go back and find it. Deflating, but if he can take you to it, he will take you through it. God bless you all. God bless and protect the 23 and their families.